Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with the pledge.
Of the United States of America, and its republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the board wants to provide ample opportunity for public comment on matters that come before us. Your input is important. If you wish to address an item already on the agenda, we ask that you do so when that item comes up for discussion. If you have a comment on a matter not on the agenda, this is the time during our meeting for such comments. The board would like to remind everyone in attendance that to avoid violations of individual rights of privacy, a member of the public wishing to address the board during this time will not be allowed to make comments about any student, staff member, or member of the general public. Does anyone wish to speak at this time?
I do.
Please state your name.
Allison Locken, third grade teacher and parent. I don't think I printed enough, but I want you guys to read this while I talk. Sorry. And here you go. So I'm gonna read off here. I thought it'd be better if I wrote this down before I spoke. So thank you for allowing me to speak. As community members, board members, parents, myself as a teacher and parent, I'm sure you agree that establishing a foundation and reading ELA is critical for success in school and life later on. Currently, we are struggling with student numbers in high school, and this will continue without a strong educational foundation. I guess I can stand over here. Just to your back. Since the pandemic, students continue to move up to third grade and other grades without the critical piece. An example would be, and as far as reading ELA skills, the K2 was primarily focused on learning to read, and by grade 3, students should be reading to learn. This has been a struggle, and our students deserve the chance to be successful with strong foundational skills. It has been brought to my attention, or our attention, that we need to cut funds to balance our budget, as we do every year. I've heard a lot of different ideas, but the most recent one that I'm aware of is beyond shocking to me. This is the possibility of a combo class in the elementary school, particularly between third and fourth grades. Third and fourth grade. Let me give you some background information so that you may understand why this is an incredibly detrimental idea to students who definitely deserve more than mediocrity. I'll start with some facts about the incoming third grade. During their kindergarten year, their enrollment was underestimated and were put into 3 classes. 2 classes were at maximum capacity, 2 students per class, while 1 class was over the maximum capacity with 24 students. The following year, the same class, in first grade, they began their year and again at above capacity for the second year in a row. By the fall of their first grade year, their EL benchmark test showed that they were 52% below proficient. The decision, then on the next bullet, the decision was made to hire a 4th first grade teacher in the middle of the school year. After parental input, they selected a group of students to create a new homeroom with a teacher who lasted less than a quarter of the school year. She was then replaced by a non-certified teacher for the remainder of the year. Currently, there are 7 students receiving special education services in that grade level. One of the students is considered a life skill student requiring one-on-one paraprofessional. This is to work with that student alone and cannot be expected to support the classroom teacher for other students. If the class is above maximum capacity, that paraprofessional cannot be considered support for the classroom support necessary for overcapacity. So these are some facts about the incoming 4th grade students, our current 3rd grade students. Every year, adjustments are made to teaching style to accommodate the learning needs of the new class. For example, 3rd graders have been an exceptionally small cohort. They had the chance to have personalized instruction, and the last year were on average 12 to a class. There's been a struggle for this cohort to adjust to a class size of 21 or more students. The past few years, we've seen this adjustment, and that by itself is a challenge for the students. This incoming class would have one fourth grade teacher close to or above capacity in order to facilitate the combo class, which can only support 24 students at maximum. This class has made gains, but will fall behind without 2 grade level teachers next school year. In the end, it is the students that will be impacted the most. It will have lasting implications for the future education. I've thought a lot about this situation, and as you can see, I have a lot of concerns. Growth is another factor that needs to be taken into consideration. I look at my son's class. He's currently in 6th grade. During his 4th grade year, his class gained 14 plus students overall. His class went from the smallest one to the largest, one of the largest, K-8. Growth is also something to take into consideration. I'm here advocating for the students and the staff that support these children and want all of them to have excellence in education. Thank you. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay. I just want to address one thing to make sure there was changes, last minute changes on the agenda. So we have removed the item of the hire of the girls basketball coach. I just want to make sure that nobody is in the audience waiting for that item because it is not on the agenda any further. Okay. All right, moving on, recognition of individuals, delegations, and correspondence.
Yes, we have Ms. Cox first up on the agenda representing student council. And Ms. Sandra was also going to join her, but is late returning from activities. So let you go ahead.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Marley Cox. I am currently vice president in the middle school student council. I am very passionate about student council, and it is my absolute favorite thing about school. Carson is also in student council, and me and her are very similar and very passionate about school. We brought it up to Ms. Headland that we think it would be very beneficial for both middle school and high school to have student representatives on the school board. Because yes, you all do an amazing job, but there needs to be, what we believe is there needs to be students that are representing and advocating. So we would like to bring students on the board, me and Carson, to show issues and bring up problems from the middle school and high school and fix them and make middle school and high school become a very beneficial, and it will be very beneficial, and just overall we think it will be amazing, and I would love your guys' input. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Very nice job. You're going to be you are already an excellent public speaker. So this is something we've talked about before, I know, and we've talked about it can be a long night and it can be hard with students and other activities. But something I've seen on the Board of Public Ed, for example, we have students come for certain portions of the meeting and give an update and brief the board. So maybe there's a way we could make it happen in some capacity if the board would like to revisit that in the future.
Yes, absolutely. You guys are the reason we're here. Every decision we make needs to be based on our students. So absolutely encourage that. You're a very well-spoken young lady, and I encourage you to continue with that. When Vanessa and I first got on the board 6 years ago, there was a student rep at that time, and then shortly after that, it kind of just went away. But it is absolutely imperative that we have student input at our board meetings and all throughout the school year. So, yes.
I think it's a great idea as well. It's something we can look at putting on our main agenda.
We're going to create a spot for you guys, and it'll just be a standing item on the agenda. And we can fluctuate the time, to accommodate late nights and activities so that we can make it fit. But in general, we'll probably try and do it at the beginning so that you don't have to stay for the entire meeting.
Thank you so much.
And we'll talk with Mrs. Lampman, who has the high school, who's the advisor for the high school students. We have grown our student council to be quite large in the last few years. So we'll see if we can make that happen a little more frequently like we have done in the past. So, very nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And even if you can't come every time, you know, whatever times you guys can make it, we'll make sure you have a spot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Harley. Nice job.
You don't have to stay, Harley. You can leave. But you're really interested. You will know if you stay tonight, you won't be back.
Yeah, you.
All right. Next we have a letter that we received from the clerk and recorder, Angie Paulson, from the office of the clerk and recorder regarding elections. And that is in your package. So I don't believe I need to read it word for word, but we are currently in the window for elections. Would you like to elaborate, Casey or members of the board?
No, there will, there'll be three names on the ballot for the 3-year term. There was only one filing for the 1-year term, so Daniel Truesdale will be elected by acclamation. So that's what you will see. I don't remember the dates, sometime next 2 weeks, I believe. Anyway, they'll be mailed out. It's a mail ballot.
Oh, yeah.
There's 3 names. You'll vote for 2.
The official date is May 7th, but,
To agree.
but it will be a
Yeah.
mail ballot, yes.
All right. I think that's all we have for correspondence. Okay.
Moving into items of discussion, committee meeting reports.
So I did leave some off. There's a whole laundry list of committees that have been meeting. So I'll just quickly run through and touch on a few and then turn it over to board members to add information if you would like to. So we have had technology meetings. Lately, we had a really great curriculum committee meeting. I appreciate the principals presenting their student data and the teachers that came to talk to us about their curriculums that they're utilizing and give some great input to the board. So that was excellent to have happen. Something that we do have coming up in the spring, we usually like to do a facilities committee meeting. So we'll be looking forward to doing that with our operations committee. So that's Mr. Noyes, Mr. Truesdale, and alternate Mr. Poole. That's something we usually plan for late spring, beginning of summer. And then we are underway with negotiations currently with certified and started with classified today. And we have also had activities meetings. And we have recently had a library board meeting that I believe you wanted to elaborate on.
Yeah, no, just thanks to Commissioner Rickmeyer for attending the library board meeting. We had a good meeting with us first. And so we're going through a few things, the interlocal, disruptive patron, trying to decide whether or not we want to retroactively affect that policy. But there's a few other operations things. One of the things to highlight was the book fair. They made $8,000 in 4 days with almost $2,000 of product for the library. So that's up to school, to library staff. Thank all that happen.
Thank you. We have been working closely with the county. They've been great about getting more involved in the library board meetings, and we've been getting a lot of information to them. So I agree, it was great to have them attend, and thank you, Vanessa, for your work on that board as well. Does anybody else have anything else to add to the committee?
No, negotiations meetings are continuing on. We've had a couple of meetings with the certified staff. We have another one Thursday night, and we met with the first time with the classified staff tonight. Good meetings, working towards reaching some agreements, and we will be keep promising this, but we will be reaching out to the admin and clerks and get them on the list to get that going.
Okay, so for the next item, I just wanted to mention that we have been underway with strategic planning. We are going to be working towards another date for our third strategic planning meeting here soon. And some of the other work that we have going on, at the last PIR day, we started working on portrait of a graduate. Some buildings had already started some of these discussions, and we're working on our educational goals, which we submitted to OPI just like we do every year, on how we want to increase our reading and math goals and other goals for our students, such as in the high school, it has to do with college and career readiness as well. So the portrait of a graduate is something that many states have had in place for a while, but Montana is now required to have done. This year is just the beginning, the launch of creating what we want that to be. And it ends up being kind of like a graphic with the words of what a graduate of Townsend means to us, what we want a graduate of Townsend to look like. So during the PIR day, we had it split into teams and different groups came up with different ideals like integrity and those different kinds of keywords, lifelong learners and those kinds of things. And then we'll put it to a graphic and it kind of becomes like a poster. That's why they call it a portrait of a graduate. So that is something that we're working on and we'll need to have in place for next year. So just wanted to mention that. Does anybody have anything to add about strategic planning or any other information on that?
Just that I'd like to have all these people that are in the room tonight be at strategic planning.
Andy's done a very nice job. I like the way he's approaching a lot of these things. It's very, very different than what I've done in the past and very fresh. And I feel like he gets a lot of good energy and thinking going on in those meetings. So I think he's done a very nice job.
Yeah, I just comment to that. I feel like they've been really productive. I wasn't sure what the meetings were gonna be like going into this. So far, I've been pleased with how they've been going. Like they've been around.
Can I just ask, what is the next strategic planning meeting?
It's not that set.
We're working on a date right now, but we'll make sure it's posted everywhere. And I know that newspapers can help me get the word out about it as well. So, yes. Stay tuned.
Okay, anything else? Okay, moving on to the consent action items, minutes and warrants.
I'll move to approve the minutes and warrants as presented.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes and warrants as presented. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I was looking at this, some of the action items on the baseball and the amendment. Part of that, I think it might have gotten missed, was that through the amendment, it was stated that the baseball would be responsible for the full amount. That being in the amendment that was recommended, obviously not what was passed. But that makes sense? No?
The amended motion was to have the full amount covered by fundraising.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that change.
Okay, any other items? Discussion? Discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passed. First action item, approve the 2024 spring senior party proposal. I think we have.
So, I do have some packets for you. My name is Jamie Thompson. I'm president of the Senior Parent Committee. Jason, I have one of this with this one here. It has the actual application. Not that one. This one. And I just have a thing that has, kind of what we're asking for. So pretty decent, I mean, not much different than last year, if we were here, the plan. But I really have outlined kind of what the plan is, what kind of measures we're putting in place. You know, keeping the school, you know, all the kids safe. You know, that's the purpose of having this all-night party, is that the kids all have a safe place to go and celebrate. And then, you know, by using the school, it's centrally located. It's easy access for the sheriff's department to help us out. They are coming to do breath checks. So they'll do a breathalyzer, bag checks. And then this year, because we have the school officer, they're kind of coordinating a little bit differently. I think Tony's coordinating some of that. They're going to have 3 officers on duty that night. And the plan is for them to stick around the school and help us kind of chaperone, unless obviously if they get called out to a call. And then she said that most likely they will still be able to leave 1 officer at the school on these calls that they get. So the areas really, so like the 64 gym, we'll have activities and games in there. And then the lobby concession areas where we'll have like their prizes, raffle drawings, and then some concessions and food items. And then the bathrooms, and though we're not gonna use the home ec room like they did last year, where they're not starting their party till 10. They want time with their families. They don't want to have to rush away from their own parties this year. So we're just using the concessions, and we won't need to use the other area to cook pizzas or anything like that. The one difference that they are requesting is the use of Joe Horn's room. They have a lot of video game people on the esports team in this class, and they thought it might be nice to have an option for, even if it's just an hour or two, to have a place where they can do a video game competition. They're all about the competitions. And Joe has agreed that he would chaperone for the whole time in his room for any activities. So that would be an area, so that's a little different. So we'd want to make sure that those other classrooms in that hallway are locked and things like that. But to keep a chaperone in the main hallway so that they're keeping an eye on that, just to make sure. And, you know, we also are planning to have a minimum of 6 chaperones at all times. And that is in addition to Joe. So that's not inclusive of him chaperoning that room. That's in addition to him. So that's a 1-to-6 ratio for this class. We have 36 students. So that's a pretty good ratio. And then really we're done by 6 at the latest to finish cleaning up and things like that, maybe till 7, but the kids start getting picked up at 5:30 and they have to sign out. So we have a waiver. That's what your second page is a waiver that they have to sign. Just kind of reminding them what the rules are. Even though they're graduated, all the same rules apply. Tobacco products, you know, all that kind of stuff, what the consequences are. And also outlines that they have to be picked up by their parent or pre-designated adult. So they're going to fill this out at their senior banquet if they're choosing to come to the party. And then, so then that eliminates kids driving home after being awake all night. We've had accidents in the past in Townsend because of that. So we do require them to be picked up or they can't attend. So just can, you know, keeping that safety in mind. We also, it's kind of been, we've had a couple, you know, last year and this year, where we use the facility again. And some of the parents coming in are new or they're not from here. They don't know who to go to get the approval. So I did start in creating a checklist for requesting the use of the facility for the all-night party that needs to go through the school board, and kind of what that looks like and what kind of things they need to put in place. So the parents coming in next year have a packet and they have information available to them and follow the same process. So that's kind of what we are requesting. I did want to also point out there was some concern, about pranks or things like that. That is not part of the senior all-night party. That is not part of our planning. It does not occur on that night. So I know in the past seniors have done pranks. I know they did them last year, but they did not do those pranks on the night of the all-night party. I just want to emphasize that. That's a separate thing that we don't talk about with them. That's up to them. And if they convince a school member to let them in, then that's not on the parent committee because we are not part of that. So I just wanted to emphasize that as well. And then also they aren't leaving with any caches or prizes until after the facilities have been checked. So they're aware and know that if they cause any damage or anything like that, they have, financial money in their account that we're going to be paying them, but they aren't going to be getting that until the facilities have been checked that there hasn't been damage. We also have a meeting tomorrow to discuss possibly not releasing any money the night of the party like we have done. So they'll go home with their prizes, but that way it gives the school, there's a lot of areas, there's the locker rooms, there's other areas that, I may not see somebody go in the locker room downstairs in the basement right when it happens or that kind of thing. And that just protects the school, that the money is available if something did happen. I don't foresee anything. We did not have issues last year. The kids, as long as we keep them pretty busy with their activities, usually don't have any issues, but I know they have in the past. So I just want to share that we are in the consideration. And they may just have to meet us to pick up their money. And that gives staff and principals and, teachers time to have been in the school afterwards and not just relying on one person to do a walkthrough quickly to make sure. So that's what I have. Is there questions? What's the bus for? Did I leave the bus on there?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no bus. So last year they went somewhere first and they came back. I'll have to update that part. Is that on their? Oh, it's on their thing. Yeah, okay. Yep, so I'll have to remove that part because no, they won't be busing in. They'll be just showing up at 10. Last year they came at 6 and then went to Helena and then came back to the school. Anything else?
I don't think so. Thank you. Very thorough presentation. Appreciate that. I guess I will refer to the principal if there's any concerns, anything not addressed that you think needs to be.
Not that I can think of. I know it did go well last year, and I mean, we know that, the reason it comes before the board is because we've had so many problems that we actually didn't have it on site here until last year, which we've done that all on. So, yeah, I mean, okay, a very good presentation. I feel like they have things covered. I think the addition, Joe Horn's name on there kind of scared me till I saw that he's going to be there the entire time because I thought, we're not letting him in Joe Horn's room unless he's standing there. But not with all those computers. No. I think the addition of, coordinating with the sheriff's department beyond just having someone come and do the initial check and having somebody on site here the whole time to kind of help with all those things. I think that's a good addition. And I know it was pretty good to kind of hold the kids accountable the way they did last year.
Yeah.
Because we're even kind of removing that one step further. So,
Yeah,
no, I think we're okay.
and I'll be there the whole night. Just like last year.
I'll take the early morning shift. I can do that.
You can't do the late night.
No, thank you for the detailed paperwork and explanation
Okay.
and for your time.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the 2024 spring senior party proposal.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 2024 spring senior party proposal. Is there any discussion?
Just a quick question. It sounds like it won't be the same 6 chaperones.
No, so we have like a 2-hour shift change. So we'll present, tomorrow at our meeting, we generally give the parents that come to the meetings first opportunity to sign up to chaperone, and then we pass around I think it's May 5th is our banquet, and they will pass around the sign-up sheets then. And it will be, they can sign up for multiple if they want to. And then otherwise it'll be 2 or 3 hour shift and then a cleanup.
Thank you. Any discussion? Discussion, any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Approved school property use for Billings Clinic Health Fair.
All right, Justin Tiffany is here. And I did send the email on to the board members that you sent, but go ahead and give us a rundown.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have as much detail as what was just presented. But, I'm, by the way, Justin Tiffany, CEO of Billings Clinic Broadwater. We are looking to host our 2nd annual health fair. Last year we held the event over at Heritage Park. Went really well. This year we're looking to expand and possibly bring in our med flight helicopter, be able to have ambulance, fire trucks, police, just have a really good community event, and being able to use the space on the football field would be wonderful and ideal, so that we could land the helicopter and have enough space to spread out. Working with Rotary on a couple of other items, like they have a slice of summer just to get kids out. They've got the bike rodeo slated to be a part of the event as well. So we're just looking to promote health and wellness in the community, have it be a great community event, and the school property would be a great central location to allow kids to be able to come, allow families from town to be able to come. Take any questions you may have.
Do you have a date, Justin?
May 18th, sorry.
Ms. Hovering reviewed the calendar and there didn't seem to be any conflicts calendar wise at that time.
I think it's a Sunday. Was it a Saturday? I don't know. Yeah.
Trying to avoid.
Everything's
Trying to
away.
avoid graduation.
Everything's away, so, yeah. The only thing I guess that I'm just, as far as the field itself goes, I assume we weren't going to be driving any big trucks on it or anything. It's
No,
mainly just landing the helicopter.
Just the helicopter.
Because there's a sprinkler system and all the things and, okay.
No, I think we keep the parking areas.
Or on the track or something. Okay.
Yes, my only concerns, we'll just have to make sure we coordinate because we do have Nitro Green coming sometime soon. So just want to make sure I'll need to get that coordinated with Jim, and so we don't end up at that same window of time. And then the only thing that would potentially cause an issue with the helicopter landing is if we were to get a ton of rainfall and if the football field becomes too soggy. We've had before where in case of an emergency, it didn't matter, the helicopter landed, but we've had to leave divots in the field if the ground was too moist. So then we would just
Has that happened with our helicopter?
go to a different plan with you.
Curious.
No, not recently. It might have been initially, and I think it was just super wet. I know that helicopter's really light and it shouldn't leave any issues, your guys' helicopter, so we should be fine. Those are like the only worst case scenarios I could think of. And then just same thing as Sherry said, just if you're putting up tents or things, and staking, just being careful of sprinkler lines and those kinds of things.
Also, if you haven't been on that field when that helicopter lands, it sprays gravel, dust, debris everywhere. So you just give everybody the heads up, like clear out to the parking area, like
We plan
everywhere.
on having stuff set up at one end versus the helicopter. on the
Just
other.
to give you a heads up on some of those things we've experienced, voice of experience.
Don't park by it.
Yeah, don't park by it.
All right, move to approve properties for Billings Clinic Health Fair.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the use of school property for the Billings Clinic Health Fair. Any discussion? I guess my only question was Coach Horn at least made aware of this?
That I don't know, and that probably better be something we can put on the list too. I'll put it on my list.
Just so that. he is
Jim and
aware.
Warren, will you help me remember Sherry to connect with them? Thank you. And then, we will need to get with you to make sure you have keys and access to the gates and everything like that. So I'll follow up with you and thank you for this meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Any further discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, motion passed. Approve the 2024-2025 school calendar.
Was there an edit?
Yeah.
To the.
Yeah, the one in the packet was a little bit early. So the, there wasn't, I believe some slight changes to the one that's in your additional packet. So I'll just explain the process. First, the admin team meets and goes over, major, major dates to consider and all of those different things. And comes up with, I believe they came up with 4 different options and varieties this year that were then brought to the calendar committee that is made up of teachers, paraprofessionals, and staff from each building in the school. And then they come to consensus on the one that's presented to the board. One other stipulation I'll say is because of negotiations, the PLC days, for example, could be changed. There could be movement in those, or there could be a reduction depending on some of the items up for discussion with PLC for negotiations.
Meetings went really well. The staff did a great job. The conversations were excellent. Lots of research and thought and looking into all the different scenarios by all parties, and it was good. It was a good, clean, easy, productive conversations when we met on these. We learned a lot going through the 4-day week for one time. Now we know a lot more than we did a year ago.
I do believe there is some public comment on this item, so I guess I'm going to open that at this point.
Good evening. My name is Allison Cotto. I work for Montana State University Extension. I'm the Broadwater County Extension agent. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Broadwater County 4-H. We were made aware of the proposed schedule earlier today, and I just wanted to share with you how it affects the 4-H program if it was to move forward as presented. And just to give you maybe a little general background of the 4-H program and kind of how it's been going. The 4-H program in Broadwater County is growing and it's thriving. We currently have 140 4-H members, and we've especially seen a lot of growth around the Townsend area. We saw a pretty big dip in participation due to COVID, but we have officially recovered and are back to pre-COVID levels with our 4-H numbers. And we've actually added 3 new Townsend area clubs in the last 5 years. And those are the first new clubs we've added in Broadwater County since 1984. So we have a very active and growing 4-H program. When we think of 4-H activities in the summer, I think probably most people think of fair, which is kind of the big event and a culmination of the 4-H year in many ways. But there are other 4-H activities that happen in the summer. And one of the other major 4-H activities that happens is our 4-H camp. That 4-H camp has traditionally always been the first full week of June. And that 4-H camp has been going on for, gosh, I wanted to find the date, but it was a busy day in Bozeman. I didn't get that done, but probably 40 to 50 years. Yeah, that'll be a long time. Thanks. Yeah. We just gave more information about 4-H camp. So it's a 4-day camp. It's a Tuesday through Friday. Our 4-H counselors go up on Monday. And we go to Camp Rotary, which is in between Monarch and Nyhart. Like I said, we've been doing that for many years. I know the other thing you're probably thinking is like, well, Allison, why can't you just change the date of camp? And I wish it was really simple to change the date of camp. But there's a lot of factors that go into that. One being, it doesn't just involve Broadwater County. We involve 6 other counties in that. And that includes Marr County, Wheatland, Judith Basin, Choteau, Muscle Shell, and Golden Valley, all very rural counties, all very agricultural based. And they get out in May, some even as early as like middle of May. And a lot of them have kids that are involved in the farm and ranch, and so they get out of school earlier. They also like 4-H camp in early June for the similar reasons, as the kids can still go home and help out on the farm and ranch. So it would take a negotiation with 6 other counties, and you can imagine how complicated that might be to change it. The second thing that involves changing the date would be actually the camp facility, which is extremely busy. And I actually inquired last fall because I thought at some point this could be a problem. And they did not have any camp dates available in June or early July that we could even move to. So it's a complex process that would take, that would even be an option to move our camp dates. So I guess I'm here today to urge you to take the 4-H program into consideration as you choose your calendar for the year. Having school that first week of June would impact the 4-H program and would limit the number of kids that could go to camp if we couldn't change those camp dates. Which as a alumni who went through the camp and my mom went through camp, it's a really amazing program that has really made an impact for a lot of youth in the community. And so I think it would be a detriment to our program and to this community by having that conflict come up. And so I hope you take that into consideration. I have looked at the calendar, and I don't know if it's been considered to go a week earlier in August to shift that. That would maybe be my proposal as a possible solution. It does start school on August 20th instead of the 27th. The first day of practice would be the Friday after fair, which is what it was last year, which some kids did whine about that a little bit because it was a pretty tight turnaround. But in my opinion, that's a better situation to deal with than overlapping 4-H camp. So anyway, that's what I'm here to visit about. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about 4-H in general or 4-H. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Allison, do you know the count typically on how many kids that have attended in the past?
Yeah, it's ranged. I would say on average 15 to 20, which includes the campers and the counselors from Broadwater County. The camp itself is like 60 to 70 kids, but we bring from Broadwater County a significant amount of kids. Pre-COVID, we might have been over even 20. I think we were at 22 or 23 kids from Broadwater County pre-COVID.
Spanning what age groups?
Yeah, good question. So the campers are grades 3 through 6, and that's at time of application. So they'd actually be in grades 4 through 7 when they were at camp. And then our counselors are high school age, so grades 9 through 12 at time of application.
I just have one question. Where are these proposed calendars at? I just was on the website trying to find them.
They go to the committee.
Went to the committee.
Yeah. That's how we've done it.
They're in the board packet on the website.
And the board packet. Okay.
Oh, you mean this calendar? the one
Yes.
that's-
But this one-
Oh, gotcha. I thought
This
that
one was changed since,
My bad.
so I don't know if this one.
I misunderstood.
It was just minor change.
Yeah, minor changes from the one in the packet.
Yeah, it wasn't much of it.
It was just
Oh, just parent teacher comments.
And one PLC day.
And one PLC day, but nothing major from the one in the packet.
So I'd like to hear from the administration. From my memory, we ended this school year in May, correct? We're not going into June.
Right, for May 31st.
So is it primarily the difference is when we start school this next year, or is there?
It's kind of a combination of things,
Okay.
where your holidays fall.
Okay.
We don't have a leap day this year, like we did this last year, for next year, like we do this year. It is starting a little bit later than last year.
Trying to limit the number of Fridays for confusion. That was one of the considerations. There were several. There was a laundry list of things.
And if you notice the day for 3 through 12 did get changed somewhat too, it does go 8 to 3:50 versus 8 to 8. and lunch got reduced by 1 minute, and that's so that we could make all the hours, even with this calendar.
I noticed too, graduation, are we trying to avoid Memorial Day? I feel like it's been on Memorial Day weekend.
They have to get so many hours and then that's how they have to go to get so many. They already, the seniors already are short, you know what I mean?
They have
don't have
reduced
to go
number of
as
hours
many. Yeah, they have reduced numbers anyway, just because they're seniors and the number of hours. So that's why they still get out the Wednesday before graduation, they get out, you know, a week and a half or before the other kids, but it's to meet the hours. We sat down and had to figure out the exact number of hours. They have to have 1,050, and that's how they meet that.
If I could, now having looked at the calendar, and if I could make a statement.
Just stand and say your name.
All right, my name is Melinda Easter. Having looked at this, I have 4 kiddos currently enrolled, spanning between the elementary through the high school. One is currently a senior. Memorial weekend isn't always necessarily graduation. Last weekend it wasn't, or last year it was not.
Hasn't been.
It hits once in a while.
It is, and like that's kind of the benchmark. And then having gone through this year with the 4-day school week, I would say that the longer school days, especially having like this rotating, went to school this Friday, but had Monday off and then had to go back in on Monday, it has created more confusion. So the more uniformity with having the Fridays off, I feel is more important to the general population of the students. When we look at that, I also think that having kiddos in sports up in those upper grades, having this Friday off has been wonderful for the stress and the work that they put into those sports to be able to perform in. And my kiddos, I will say, like, they are honor roll students, they are involved in other things other than sports. So having something like this allows them to excel in multiple areas by giving them more of a break. So I'm going to be for going through that June 5th, going another few days. We'd be going there anyway, but what it does is eliminate a lot of confusion, in my opinion. And then giving that consistency with the Fridays. I think everybody works better with consistency, staff included, if we know that this is going to be something going forward. So that's mine as a mom.
If you look at the last week, it's actually 3.5 days. The last day is a half day.
And we did,
So-
oh, sorry.
But I guess and I'm speaking strictly from a middle school standpoint, you know, we have some things that probably the high school and elementary do not, but I've always considered 4-H activities to be a very educational and beneficial thing for students. And I would have no problem waiving days at the end for students if they were attending 4-H camp. Heck, we have more people than that take it off for family vacations. Seriously, and 4-H is a very important part of what they do. And it actually extends a lot of the things that we try to teach in school. And I mean, I would not want a student to not participate in the 4-H because school is going on. And I think we could certainly make arrangements with families to allow them to attend the school.
We would also be able to work at the high school level. We already work, you know, we always traditionally have egg day that Thursday. And we have our FFA kids and our A kids all helping with that. And we have something set up so they can miss that day. So it's it's a workable situation, for sure. Especially with that number of kids. I don't foresee that would be a bad, we could figure that out.
So if we went a week earlier instead of later, that doesn't change the practice schedule, does it? Because they just need a certain amount of days before the first
Right.
game.
That's set by the
So actually it would.
It does change.
It does change because the first practice is until the 16th and they wouldn't be able to do 2 days if we started.
John Riddell, the athletic director. So this schedule, I'm always going to be an anti-June, but it has both ends of the spectrum in athletics. The calendar does move every year. Last year we started the 11th for sports. This year it's on the 16th. It goes through a cycle. and we're gonna move back and forth to May and June, wherever the calendar falls, but it makes a lot of sense. I like having school after we complete our state tournaments. That's a lot of spring sports kids. We have difficulty getting the uniforms back. It's just, and then keeping kids going to school every day, if they're still doing track or tennis or golf, makes sense. You know, we're out of school and we still have state tournaments for track and golf. That's more difficult. And if we do lose uniforms and different things, but I mean, if we're in a school, we should, if we're doing a sport, we should be in school. You know, I think.
So can you explain for me quickly how that changes the practice schedule? It's not a certain amount of
Well,
practices.
It still is. It's just, our games are already set where they're gonna be. It's just, you know, they have less school days, which, whatever, they're gonna get more or less school days every year. But I think having school after we have a state tournament is important. That's, to me as a coach. We have less accountability with kids, and, you know, we're talking a lot of kids in spring sports. 40 track, 16 tennis, and
15.
I guess but keeping them in school, doing the right thing is important, and we recover our year. The years when we are gone, it's tough. We send a big contingent to state. I'll take them home to watch and bring it back next week. You lose a lot of uniforms. Financially, that's a hardship.
Not to mention the academics. I mean, they're missing, you know, some of the final things. We're having to cram it in ahead of time. And so, yeah. We did look at, just so everybody knows, we did look at many of the schools that have gone to the 4-day week with us or before us and what their calendars and schedules look like. And as far as I can remember, correct me if I'm wrong, I think almost all of them are going into that first week of June now to accommodate the 4-day week and the Fridays off. And is that correct? Yeah, for everything that we've got for the most part. I'm sure they're probably on that.
It depends on their day too. Some goes on board.
Jamie.
This is kind of like because I'm a middle school child and it seems like the lunch is so short anyway and they're barely getting time to eat. Would it be even more of a problem for middle school kids to get through lunch? I know it might be only 1 minute, but it seems like you guys are
No,
getting
because
12 minutes to eat. or
we
10
don't
minutes by the time
actually
lunch comes.
go, I mean, if you look at our schedule, we stay well beyond when bell's over anyway. I
Right.
mean, so it won't.
You would just continue
It's-
to just
yeah,
let
it's
them
not
just stay
gonna-
and keep
yep.
eating like you have. Like.
Jeannie Steele. I'm just curious, I've heard in the past discussions of that in spring, you tend to lose your students and the learning actually decreases because of distractions, senioritis, but it falls suit with everyone. So I'm just kind of curious, how the staff feels about that gaining an extra week into June when we've already kind of checked out of school versus gaining in August when we're ready to roll.
It's 3.5 days for one day, and I don't think that's, a huge amount of time. That will be the time we have our ag day and other days like that.
But it would seem it's
Building.
3.5 days attached to the already loss. And would you say by nature there is a loss?
You know,
I wouldn't say a loss so much anymore, especially with our 4-day school. The engagement has really grown with that 4-day and having the Fridays off or the 3-day weekend. Our attendance has increased tremendously with it as well. You know, and I don't want to speak for everyone on my stuff, but I would say we're actually seeing a stronger engagement since we've gone to 4 days.
But you haven't completed your first spring yet, so the data isn't in. And all the data on the 4-day school week is inconclusive anyways. They already know that there's a honeymoon period. So I'm just curious.
Well, one thing we consider on the other end of things too was just to what he was speaking to, that, you know, we booted up and started a whole week earlier. We just took a whole week away from kids, from families and kids for their summer too. So, and staff, I guess, too, everybody. So just a thought, you know, some are short here anyways.
Lisa.
I just, so,
Lisa.
go ahead. Sorry, Elise and Lisa sound very similar. But please.
As I sit here and listen to you, I'm trying to keep a very open mind. And really taking to heart what Allison had to say. I've been here a long time. And not that things have to always stay the same. Please don't take this way, but in 58 years, we've never gone into June. As I say that, and as I'm listening, and we're saying we can't waive these days if kids are going to go to 4-H camp. I'm in the midst of scheduling Ag Day. Undoubtedly, that's going to fall at the same time Allison's going to be pulling my presenters. And I didn't think about that until just now.
My suggestion was, when I heard that, was to go a week earlier anyway that day. That's what I was gonna suggest.
Keep it then
The same
last
week,
week of May.
yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's.
It takes a big hit. And, you know, I mean, yes, we can adjust some way or another. The other thing that,
Good at adjusting.
and I have stated this in several different meetings, and I know I'm not alone in that, as soon as we go into June, that retirement year, we take a hit. And we lose money. Doesn't matter if we go into June 1 day or we go into June 5 days. Because we do not receive that first retirement check until July. And you never recover that money. So as the old lady on the staff, that affects me. Not this year, but in the future.
Lisa.
I've lost my train of thought.
I,
No disrespect to you two ladies who work so hard, but even the whole talk of the 4-day and the money and the raises and all of that, nothing can replace that time with your kids. And to address what Jeannie brought up is that if we start sooner in August, I start sooner in August. And at our 4th grade team meeting, we looked at each other and said, if we start sooner, school starts sooner, so then we're done with our summer by the end of July. So there's no, I don't get that time back with my kids, which I guess that's just being a teacher, which that infuriates me too. But on the second note, you can't, how I want to address what Vanessa asked, how does that change practice? So like, you can still go to 2-a-days, but your 2-a-days are shortened, whereas the rest of the competition still gets to do their 2-a-days for longer, which means their kids are more in shape. And so, and we can't change that. Like, we can't start practice until after that date that MHSA sets. So, okay. And that's, we're kind of stuck. And that affects almost 60 kids.
If not more, between cross country and football.
Oh, yeah, and cross country.
Yeah.
Just a little note from like I think what Jeannie was trying to say is that like, is the slide gonna start even, you know, like they're done, they kind of check out. I think no matter what your end date is, they check out. Mine are starting already. But, you know, and then to Elisa too, you know, that school year is the same amount of days, either way you slide it, but.
So it's the summer.
It's also, you know, but just that end, like when they start saying, okay, we're about done. I don't think it has to do with a certain date, it just has to do with, hey, the end of school will get well, it's starting.
Yeah.
It might have to do with their teacher telling them how many days there are.
I'm just saying, a couple of our teachers may have checked out.
She's not done us out.
I don't know, I haven't seen her much lately, so I kind of wonder.
You know, one of the things, you know, when Kim has time, when she pulled herself away from her work long enough to come to our committee meetings, she, you know, one of the things for years that has dominated our conversation was not only all the things here, but the weather has always been an issue. And it's almost unanimous with people. I mean, I think anybody that's lived here knows the weather in August is almost without fail much better than it is the first 2 weeks of June. And that's always kind of played a role into what we do. The other part is that the heat, and it's just not conducive to coming back to school. And you know, maybe it's different now with our, you know, supposedly more air controlled building. It'd be better in August, but before it was all but unbearable.
That's not in high school.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments?
I just want to mention that we don't have a spring break, so that makes for a longer period. Just keep that in mind. That's all. Longer for the quarter. I guess it just, if we had a bigger break, I don't know if that would be a big deal, but either way, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Right. If you had a bigger break, you gotta move the dates.
I know.
Yeah, you gotta get the hours no matter how you get it. And we chose a 4-day week,
Yes.
and it just doesn't add up to do it. You can't keep the same schedule we've always had to get your hours in.
We did.
Unless we want to do like the firemen do, which I'm all for. We come and we stay like 3 straight days. Day, night, everything.
We did not. Allison, we did, work hard to preserve the 4-day break-in over Easter. So we do have that on, just so, yeah.
We did do the
It's
Monday
same.
after
It's not
Easter.
taking that away.
Correct.
Okay, is there a motion from the board?
I'll move to approve the recommended calendar for 24-25.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the recommended calendar for the 2024-2025 school year. Is there any discussion?
Just my thoughts were related to the committee. They're a whole lot more knowledgeable and expertise than I am on this topic. And so if they've come to us with a consensus on it, then I'm happy to roll with that.
I agree. I just one question along those lines. Did the committee look at maybe taking 2 of the Fridays and having a 5-day school week to try and mitigate that, or trying another compromise? Maybe it's not even feasible or possible. Like, for example, December, when we have Christmas break, going to school on the 13th.
We go to school on the 20th, not the 13th.
Well,
That's a half
there's no,
day.
I mean, there's no school on the 13th.
Oh.
Did the committee look at going to school and having actually a full 5-day week?
We did. We did look at several of those. And we had that the week, not the week before Christmas, but the week prior to that. It's like the 13th this year. What we found, quite honestly, is Fridays we have school attendance. You might as well have a day off. I mean, it's, yeah, we did look at that, and that's certainly, I think, going back to one of the comments, that the only negative feedback I've received from anybody and regarding the 4-day week is that it's confusing on it with having Fridays. This is a 5-day week. Oh, we have Friday at school this Friday because we did Monday, and that's the, you know, I guess just for what it's worth, the only negative feedback I got. That's certainly something you can do, is add in 5-day weeks. You know, I don't know how that'll go over. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know if that was looked at, so.
Yeah, we did look at that.
We had to have one full 5-day week, and we coordinated with, the AD and scheduling to do that homecoming week, so we can try to get back to a more, what do I want to say, normalized homecoming, what we're used to. Yeah, we had to make quite a few changes last year just because of that. It was different to not have school on Fridays.
Yeah, I guess just to echo John's comments, I hope the following year, how the calendar will fall. We'll be able to do this in May. I really don't like hurting our retired teachers. It seems like this is the best solution of not the best situation because of how the calendar falls. So.
And I think you're gonna have a couple more years of that, because next year, January 1st will be on Thursday, so you lose 2 more days there, and that's what keeps hurting us, is we lose the holidays is what hurts us on time.
Yeah, that's all I had.
If there's another comment.
I just know, on the Fridays, a lot of the, and I don't know older grades, but I guess I only know specifically for my class, but kids who have outside therapy or doctor's appointments, they really have tried to move those to Fridays. And so the Fridays that we do have, like those kiddos aren't coming because they're sticking with their, I have OT, I have this, that, and the other. So to say, yeah, it's just another Friday, but then they have to choose, like, am I gonna go to school or am I going to go to my, scheduled therapy time? So that's just something that I have witnessed in the classroom.
And this is Jamie Thompson. I just would add that, my kids, I have a middle schooler and a senior, and they express frustration when they have to go on a Friday because they're used to not going on Fridays. And so that consistency, like I had said, they really enjoy not, having that day where we can plan something as a family. Not every family also has weekends off. My family is not always. My husband works at Costco. He's off during the week. He's been able to get Fridays off regularly. So that's been a benefit to our family to be able to have that. And I'm sure other families are in the same situation. So I appreciate the movement to where we kind of stick to having those Fridays. And I also think from having kids in sports and things, having sports after school is out is not fun either. But I do sympathize with the ag situation because I think that also is a big deal. But I think that the school has proposed ways to work around that. And it seems like that's really the only downside to sticking.
Any discussion? Couple thoughts, I guess. Last year following the 4-day stuff, it seemed like there was just a lot of repetitiveness and it seemed silly, but at the same time, I can understand where it's coming from, as Lisa had mentioned as well. A lot of public comment came back and said, great, we're all for the 4-day, don't touch our June deadline.
Yeah.
That seemed to be a value of the community. I think, I can't say this without saying that there's obviously some partiality here. My kids are greatly involved in 4-H. I've seen the value of this camp. I greatly appreciate the school's willingness, or the staff's willingness, administrators' willingness to allow them to take off that time. I do feel like that could put parents into kind of an interesting situation where they get to choose whether to have to send their kids to school or to camp that week. And it seems like there's a lot to this, the impact to the teachers with their retirement. Maybe it only impacts a few people every year, but that's a few people that put a lot of time into our school that it's impacting. A lot of the schedule, I'm not anti-sports, but it seems like a lot of it's driven by athletics, and we got to remember too, this it's not necessarily how our schedules, it's academics too as well. I appreciate all the time put into this, but I think I'm not 100% sold that it couldn't be started a little bit earlier in the year. The summer length is still going to be the same. There's an old narrative that if you cut one end off of one blanket and stick it on the other end of the blanket's still the same length. I guess that's the way I look at that, but that's my thoughts on this.
Yeah, this is a challenging one. As somebody that tries to just schedule meetings on a weekly and monthly basis, it's just almost impossible anymore to find schedules that work for everybody and work to fit the needs. Obviously, I'm big part of the 4-H as well. I struggle having to come back any earlier in August because we spend all summer with our livestock and we get rid of them at fair. We only have that short little period after fair, that we really aren't tied down. That, for me, if we're not involved in harvest already, that literally is about the only time we get to do anything as a family before we go back to school. And the building being hot, I know that is a big issue. I'm going to have to concur with what Jason said. We put this in the hands of the school committee, and they put together different options and brought forth to the board what they think is the most logical solution for this time. So I guess that will be where I am at. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. Motion passed 4-1. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your time and comment. Approve the remaining expenditures for the elementary building project.
Okay, so you can see a spreadsheet that was put together here. We have approximately $66,130 to spend in the elementary building project remaining. So so these are the priorities that have been put together by administrative folks. So Brad, Christina, myself, because it's obviously the elementary, middle school building area, and Mr. Riddle, and also hearing from teachers and paras. So when we look at the top line item here, as you can tell, as you know from this room, we've had a hot and cold moment, and that is throughout this library portion. So the controls no longer are functioning properly because certain aspects, certain sections of the controls were eliminated. They're no longer all talking to each other to try to make it as simple as they can. So we would like to update the control system so that this portion of the building, the library, all talks, and we can regulate the heat and temperature. So I did just put in an estimate in there. We haven't received an actual estimate from the company yet. So just a placeholder for dollar amount there. Shelving is needed in storage rooms in the elementary building. We have noticed the need for additional rugs, especially when it's slippery. That polished concrete is quite slick. The filters are expensive in our new facility, and we would be able to utilize this money to prepare for purchasing filters for upcoming years. We need to paint the curbs where the bus is, and then we're also working on getting that additional parking spot in front of the library. Some of those parking spots taken care of to make sure they're reserved for library patrons and handicap. Cameras, we have some holes in our camera areas that we work with tech to get some perspectives on. That's also just an estimate. So if you give us some leeway on this, if you approve these items, I would request we have some flexibility, and if the control system's more and the cameras are less, or vice versa. And then the door fob readers, we heard from our paras on the playground and elementary teachers that they would like more access into the building with the fobs for safety purposes. So that is included in there.
Is that for 1 or 2?
That's enough for 2, which we're not sure that we necessarily need at this time, at least 1 on the elementary. There's another location that we've been considering, so I'll put it in there as a placeholder.
I just had a couple of questions on it. I was just wondering about the window. I thought we talked about fixing the window by the front door as part of this fund.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
And then I didn't know if the rest of our middle school lockers could be looked at. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't know that we need $5,000 for the shelving, but
right.
But yeah, I didn't know if our middle school lockers, the rest of them.
Did we have a overflow plan for that? I don't know. Yeah, because I mean, they obviously look terrible next to all. the
Didn't we
nice
have a
stuff.
plan? Did we not have? Yeah, one, for some reason I thought we did. Okay, so yeah, we can certainly add those. Like I said, we might be high on the cameras or the control systems. The window, I wasn't sure if we were gonna be able to get that warranty, so that's why I hadn't put that one on there.
I don't think it will qualify under warranty,
Okay,
not by why it happened, how it happened.
okay, so
How many cameras are you looking at?
I
I'm
didn't know
not
if it was-
sure.
I didn't know what it was.
So I asked, Joe and Luke just started looking into it. So they were gonna try to get a map of where our blind spots are. And then figure out what the cost per camera and installation is. We already have some cameras that our IT guys haven't had the time or ability to get, hooked up. I think it's pretty technical and I'd rather, we just pay for the cameras and the installation to get it done, to get those blind spots taken care of.
Our elementary has a lot of blind spots right now.
You bet. I assume we'll get bids from a couple companies. Is that standard protocol?
Yes, the only thing is that we have, we already have a camera system. So if we have the same kind of cameras, then I believe that helps. Verkada. I always say it wrong. Verkada. So I'm guessing, I'm sure there's more than one vendor that carries those.
I checked with verdicts just because I went through this with another one of my businesses and they were by far cheaper and they have different types of cameras that we integrate into.
Oh, okay.
So just, again, as one of probably 2 or 3 that you're gonna get, I recommend getting a bid from them because they're pretty affordable and great service too. So.
Good to know. And that's who we got the quote from, the door operators from, so. And they're 4,000 a piece, installed.
Can the control system be updated using these funds since it's for the elementary building?
No, I talked to Shane about it and because we believe that the problems we're facing right now are due to a disruption from tearing down part of the elementary and part of the library, he felt comfortable that we could utilize it. We haven't been able to isolate or prove that, but he said it is pretty logical because it was working pretty good before. It's not working very good now, that it's very likely that a disruption was caused during the construction. So I did verify that he was comfortable.
Johnson Controls did verify to me that we basically, cut the system in half, so it's not talking.
The integration of the library and community room into the system that went in the elementary was actually a proposal that we looked at. And it was something that was removed when we were trying to trim dollars through that project. So originally we had hoped to do it and it was one thing, it got replaced with something.
Okay.
And I guess, for the board tonight, we don't necessarily, I don't feel we need to approve these dollar items specifically, but we know we have these dollars that have to be spent in the next relatively short amount of time. If there's something the board wants to prioritize as far as the items, or mostly we just need to agree that these are the things that we feel comfortable. And if those dollars shift a little one way or the other, that we're okay. That's what we need tonight.
Yeah, if you would give me the authority to spend this amount on these items, including the window replacement, and if there's still money remaining, the middle school lockers that have not yet been upgraded.
Yeah, I was just say from my perspective, the fob or fobs are one of the top priorities.
Yeah, we already have them planned to come out as soon as you give us the approval tonight.
That's good, yeah. And so the same with the cameras and that kind of thing. I can appreciate the middle school locker system, but it'd be one of the things that would be lower on my list. We get tight on some awareness wise.
Move to Board of Administration discretion to move forward with this plan.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the superintendent's discretion in utilizing the remaining bond dollars on the presented expenditure. Is there any discussion?
One thought that we've always, or consideration we've always talked about was the speed on this road. I don't know if there's any, we want to look into the consideration of creating a raised crossing through here of that crosswalk instead of being lowered. If that, because then it would act closer to a speed bump. It wouldn't be as impacted by snow plows going over it, but it'd just be concrete work going across there. If that's part of this that could be used. And then my other thought, and I guess this is kind of a pet peeve of mine for being my background, make sure we're following the appropriate federal guidelines when we paint the curves, as in painting them the right color. That is often missed and for me it sticks out. So not that it's happened here yet, but no, I'd like to make sure we.
So mine's 40 shades of bulldog blue. I'd like to choose one and go with it.
You're gonna say shades of gray.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I like the raised crossing idea. I don't think we can afford it with this budget, but I think if we look at that safety grants potentially this spring, to include those in infrastructure improvements for sure. Because I've heard that as well with cars going too fast down that one way.
Any discussion from the board? Any public comment?
Jamie Thompson, I just have a comment, for painting curves out there by the parking lot. With the traffic flow, when you come into the high school parking lot and then you go to pull out after picking up or dropping off kids, there's a section that's supposed to be no parking. But people are regularly parking right there on that corner and you can't see. So it really impedes the person pulling out of the parking lot, but you're just going and hoping nobody's coming. And the speed has affected people coming, and it's gonna be an accident. And so I just, if there's a sign, but you know, we could paint red or something, I don't know what the appropriate color is, on the sidewalk in that area. I don't know if that will deter people, but it's been, you know, affect me daily pulling out of that parking lot and not being able to see. And then I don't know, like there could be a crosswalk or like people are walking everywhere. And now with the one way, it seems like, I think that has increased a lot. I don't know why, but it just seems like that has increased a lot. And so like, it's just not, I don't know, people are coming across and then you can't see to pull out because of cars. And that just, and people are stopping because the drop off line is extending past, you know, where that pullout is from the parking lot from the high school. So those are a couple of the concerns that I have for safety and flow. The other item that I experienced earlier in the year, probably in the fall, was the parking area across from the playground. And we have that decorative stuff that is grown and it's really tall. You can't see kids if they're not taking the crosswalk area. So if you're driving through the one way by the parking lot, there's all the grass and things that we put in the rock area. Well, it's taller than kids are now. And so when they're coming, if they're not walking and using the crosswalk, which they're coming with their parents that are teachers a lot of times, and popping out through that grass area and growth, then you can't see them very well. So I've just experienced that a little bit. So
Jamie Karen, I know, and I don't know how far they've gone with the, speaking of thermostats, the 2 new classrooms that were put after the fact have one, I don't even know if it has an adjustable anything in it. But the one downstairs for 2nd grade has to go upstairs to try to adjust her classroom. It is literally, she gets it where she might think it's okay. She goes back downstairs. It's hotter than hot. So then she tries turning it down and then it might be colder. Like you're wearing coats in there because it's freezing. They don't work together. We shouldn't work together. Shouldn't have to go to this. So I don't know how far it's going to fix those 2 separate classrooms for whoever needs to be in those. But it is
all over the place and there is not, the thermostats are not right.
Yeah, there's
So
one
I'm just
thermostat
out
that
putting
should-
that out there on what needs to be.
That would be
scheduled.
a different discussion.
Oh, that's okay.
It's on the list.
The big
Somebody's
screen.
list.
Yeah, that needs to be on somebody else. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Just the holes in the parking lot, who's responsible for those?
We have a giant hole we.
And some of it's from all the construction, you know, the trucks or whatever, but I don't know if that's the school or the city, but.
It would be the school.
Okay, so there's a big hole on the far side and then there's one when you're coming in. Okay, thank you.
You guys are putting a lot on my list here.
Any further discussion? Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passed. Approve the fiscal year 23 Denny Downing Associates PC audit.
Okay. So I, first of all, just want to thank Casey for an excellent job on getting all of the information to the auditors in a very timely manner, and Pam as well for her assistance. And the audit went well, and I will let you expand on any, if you want to talk about any items in the summary, or Chairman Noyes, do you have anything specifically you want to address?
No, the audit, I come in and do a closeout with the auditor and with Casey and Pam. The auditor was very complimentary of the work that they did and the position of the district. We received, the result that is desirable. There's a few findings as noted on there, but he was very complimentary of the district and the position that they're in. Other than that, it would get really detailed.
Yeah.
I do.
Nice job.
Yeah, anybody that has trouble sleeping at night, you're welcome.
Yeah. It's available online as well.
All right, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the fiscal year 23 audit report as presented.
Been moved and seconded to approve the fiscal year 23 audit report as presented. Is there any discussion?
Just a huge thank you to Casey and. putting us in a good position.
Very nice job.
Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passed. Approve records disposal.
This is just a basic records disposal. The items are listed out. Some of it has to do with transportation, for example. Most of it, if you would please allow us to dispose of the records. That's another thing that Casey and Pam have done a nice job of staying on top of.
I'll move to approve the records disposal.
I can second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the records disposal as presented. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Approve the 2024-2025 substitute list.
The substitute list is attached. And we're very thankful for our substitutes we have. Some of them are here almost daily and some of them for specific subject areas. But we're very thankful to have them, always accepting and looking for more substitutes. So, but please approve these for next school year.
I'll move to approve the substitute list.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the substitute list for the 2024-2025 school year. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
I gotta abstain on this, but I would recommend a third background check on that. Danielle.
Approve the 2024 summer foods program.
Okay, so this is standard. We are just putting in our summer foods program application. And want to thank Casey for collaborating with Nikki and Pam on this as well. And Daniel?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh yeah, Danielle runs our summer food program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Danielle.
Move to approve the 2024 summer foods program as presented. Is either Jason or Vanessa, you pick.
We're just so far apart.
Yeah.
I can second.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2024 summer food program. Is there any discussion?
I just want to say that I think this is a really important program that we offer to provide food to our students throughout the summer. And thank everyone that helps work it. And thank you guys that have stopped by and checked it out and spent some time with the kids. So we get a ton of compliments on, we got very high remarks from the folks that inspect the school food programs, that we not only offer just a regular, PB&J like some places do, they still offer a really nice lunch. So pretty awesome program.
I greatly appreciate not having to be like lunch break. So
Any discussion?
Just a huge thank you to Danielle and her family for organizing it and put it on every day. It's not an easy task.
Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Personnel resignations.
Okay, so I have a new resignation here from the Mondragon for, oh, that is on the, okay. For after school program, first day aid. And then I have resignations from Brady Watkins and Emma Carubius. Okay, that's another one. Carubius. So I want to thank them for their service at the school and recommend we accept their resignations.
The agenda shows track alley land.
She resigned.
That
was an old
version. Okay.
Yeah.
She was accepted in March.
Was that your information? Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, is there a motion?
move to approve resignations of presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resignations as presented. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Elise said something.
I'm sorry.
So with those two resigning and our already openings, how soon are we gonna get those out there to get quality people to apply?
Tomorrow.
Okay, have the other ones gone out? Like out, so I know they were in-house, then did those ones go out to the?
Right, so the OPI posting and all of that will open tomorrow.
Okay, with four?
No,
Okay.
I'll have to do the internals again. But how we post it on OPI is not grade specific. It's just that we have an elementary opening. And then sometimes I will give more specific information if we for sure know which grade levels and things, but that'll at least get the ball rolling.
Okay. Moving on to the employment.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It was kind of all.
It was after.
It was all over the
Yeah, we
place.
discussed
Okay.
it after.
Okay, so first of all, for those that are up for this, the remainder of this school year and or summer, so for 2023-2024 employment, I ask that you approve custodian Mariah Romo, middle school track coach April Eggers, substitute Nicole Martin, summer 5th-day program Sherry Tony, and summer custodian Carly Reese.
I'll move to approve the hires as presented pending background checks.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the hires as presented pending background checks. Is there any discussion?
Do we get any traction with the adult ed?
No, we haven't. I will, like I said, tomorrow, the updated vacancies, and I'm gonna see if I can fit it under anything on OPI as well.
Well, just even our website doesn't have it yet listed either.
Right. I did make note when you told me that, and I did post it internally first, so those will all get posted externally tomorrow.
I believe there's a group coming in on the 13th at the library that's going to try to help promote that position as well.
Yeah.
So. That help.
Discussion? Discussion, any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those- Motion passed. Okay, moving into employment for 2024, 2025.
Okay, for the after school program, I have Sherry Tony. And then would you like?
Yeah, we're gonna have to
approve?
separate that one
Okay.
from the rest of it, so we'll need to address that one on its own.
So recommending approval of Sherry Tony for the after school program for next year, please.
To approve Sherry Tony's after school program.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Sherry Tony for the after school program. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Okay, contract renewal certified.
Okay, so for contract renewals, certified teachers, I have I'll just state them and then you guys can approve as stated if that works for you. So you don't have to re-say all the names. But for contract renewal certified, I have Laura Ashman, Allison Bauckham, Brittany Bancroft, Jeremy Bartlett, Gary Bowman, Darlene Beck, Megan Wiley, Jamie Cameron, Carrie Eichinger, Terry Fisher, Jill Flynn, Elsie Flynn, Chris Gillespie, Shayna Gillespie, Angie Giono, Molly Hanson, Dan Hazlett, Jennifer Hoppy, Joe Horn, Anna Ingram, Allie Lappman, Lisa Larson, David Lawson, Jamie Lawson, Jim Aubrey, Mara McDonald, Lindsay Moldenhauer, John Odell, Missy Rock, Mike Shankin, Anna Shearer, Jim Shindo, Dana Templemeyer, Levi Vanzi, and Clint Watson for our already tenured.
Yeah, this should be labeled as contract renewal certified tenure.
Already,
That would be,
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
These
I see
are
what you're
already
saying.
read.
Certified tenure,
Susie, did you skip Denise? I just want to make sure. She's
yes.
supposed to be here.
I did skip her. We have two that we are skipping on this agenda item because they have certification technicalities that we're working through with OPI.
Okay, yeah. Okay, is there a motion on the contracts renewal certified tenure list as?
That as presented. Certified tenure list.
Been moved and seconded to approve the contract renewal certified tenure list as presented. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion passed.
Just a huge thank you to all of them. And I missed that part, but just a huge thank you to all of you for all you do for community and students.
Okay, so now we'll do contract renewal certified, those that are not.
Contract renewal certified recommended for tenure. I have one.
Okay.
So contract renewal for recommended for tenure. is Megaly Bellinger will receive her tenure this year if approved.
I would like to acknowledge Magali. So when she first started subbing for us, special education was not the direction she was going. And through everything I saw through this wonderful person, that special education was something I encouraged her, and I'm very excited and really happy to have her on our staff. She does a phenomenal job as a special ed teacher, and I'm excited that she is going to be tenured with us.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
And moved and seconded to approve Megaly Bellinger for tenure as certified contractor. Any discussion?
Thank you. Thank you.
Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passed. Okay, now certified non-tenure.
Okay, contract renewal recommendation for certified non-tenure include Jasmine Ingerstern, Elisa Estrada, Katie Goodman, Emily Herder, Tanner Hoff, Eli Hong, Diana Kirkpatrick, Ashley Kruger, Olga McNulty, Stephanie Pryor, Carly Reese, Holly Smedley, Morgan Swainson, Jason Thomas, and Andrea Tulis.
Move to approve the contract renewal for certified non-tenure.
And second. Been moved and seconded to approve the hire of the list for contract renewal non-tenure certified. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you to them as well.
Okay,
Okay, we don't have any non-renewals. Correct. For that. Okay. Contract renewal classified.
okay, so for contract renewal classified, we have Corey Bockham, Todd Beatty, Gail Blair, Linda Kern, Luke Carr, Teresa Connor, Donna Cutshaw, Colleen Bales, Dallas Steele, Simone Dominguez, Danielle Douglas, J.C. Evinger, Allison Fiera, say wrong every time, Laura Frazier, Joe Gell, Thomas Graham, Caitlin Hahn, Vicky Harvey, Todd Kiddo, Chelsea Landers, Nancy McDaniel, Don Bernard, Wanda Moldenhauer, Rick Neighbor, Ashley Quintar, Travis Reagan, Haley Rhoda, Jeremy Rice, Jim Riddle, Sheila Rivera, Mariah Romo, Ed Schindel, Sandra Spidel, Ashlyn Stevens, Vicky Thomas, April Toll, Sherry Tony, Pam Watson, Casey Williams, and Tim Williams.
Move to approve the renewal of classified staff as presented.
Second
Been moved and seconded to contract renewed classified staff list as presented. Is there any discussion?
Thank you to them as well. Thank you, Mr. Ockerman.
Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Abstain on that too. I don't know if they're cousins or.
Motion passed. Okay, contract renewal for activities, fall and winter sports activities. So I'm going to ask question, as noted earlier, we have removed girls' basketball completely at this time.
Just high school.
Just high school. And we are going to separate the boys' basketball from an entire list approval. Is there any other coaching positions that should be separated from that list for separate consideration? Okay, so we will approve, or we will address the entire list first, minus boys' high school basketball.
Okay, junior high football, Justin Hovland and Gary Bowman. Junior high cross country, Missy Rock and Mara McDonald. High school cross country, Brooke Dolan and Lewis Ingalls. Head high school football, Joe Horn. Justin Sell, Josh Leonard, Dan Hazlett, Michael Van Diest. High school volleyball, Megan Bliley, Elisa Strada. Junior high volleyball, Caleb Rube, Jeremiah Rube. Junior high girls basketball, Jeremiah Rube, Courtney Johnson. Ball cheerleading, Ali Lampman. Ball play, Denise Bockham. Speech and drama, Denise Bockham and Ali Lampman. Junior high boys basketball, Gary Bowman and Courtney Johnson. High school wrestling, Eli Hone, Mike Schnitgen, James Ruckert, and John Odell. Dan Herringfeld and Devin Vito. Public librarian, that's because of the additional library contract, Angie Giono. Junior high wrestling, Harry Hall and John Odell. Winter cheerleading, Holly Smedley. Athletic director, John Odell. National Honor Society, Laura Ashman. Concessions, Brittany Bancroft. Pep band, Denise Bockham. Yearbook, Joe Horn. Student council, Ali Lampman. Junior high student council, Andrea Tulos. FCCLA, Carly Reese. Skills USA, Clint Watson. BPA, Joe Horn. FFA, Jim Lockery. Egg contract through the summer, Jim Lockery. Counselor, summer duties, Mike Schnitgen. Dual credit statistics, Laura Ashman. Dual credit algebra, Laura Ashman. Dual credit writing, Darlene Beck. They get an additional stipend.
I want to make one correction. By removing the high school boys basketball, that would remove those assistant coaches from this list as well.
Oh, sorry, they were, yep, on the other slide. Thank
So
you.
those two names will not be included.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve as presented.
I'll second. Been moved and seconded for contract renewal of all winter sports activities coaches on the list presented. Any discussion?
Just got a question that was brought to me, and I don't know, Barry or Susie or John, if you guys can address. In our hiring process, are we waiting or giving preference to certified staff over other just qualified individuals?
We are working on our handbook, to our coaching. So when we're doing our handbooks, that'll be coming up. We're going to update the sports handbook, including the hiring processes. So all of that will be very clearly spelled out. As far as how those are taken care of, and what was the other?
Well, the answer to your question, they are open in-house.
In-house first, yes. Yes. Internal and then external. And we were gonna add that, the hiring practices, the interview team. Anything else you can think of? I had a list of things we've talked about updating on that booklet, but.
And the other question I got was, coaching clinics or trainings or things we could provide in advance of their seasons or during their seasons.
So a lot of the coaches attend the summer and then just a coaching clinic, correct, John?
Yeah, most of our
Most
staff
of our
does the
coaches, yeah.
coaches clinic. We have other coaches that attend other things on their own too.
But it's not required, it's just encouraged or voluntary.
No, it's.
Coaches are required to have a certain amount of renewal units, aren't they, or hours? Just the first day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, actually, not like clinic stuff, but we do online training too. A lot. I guess pretty fun.
Yes, we plan. Oh, well, fine.
Any discussion? Discussion?
Just to, with that, are we gonna see that before it's finalized?
Yeah, all handbooks come before the board before they're finalized. Yes, so we updated the staff and employee handbooks with NTSBA this last year. And we did not tackle the sports and athletics handbook. So that's definitely one we needed to work on and get aligned to our new policies.
And the student handbook all got online too.
And the student handbooks.
I guess, again, by myself, no authority here, but I would encourage that we look at, if we open up a position for in-house first, but that person is not yet qualified for the head, what do we do at that point in time? And then to define what being qualified means. Because that's something I'm really interested in looking at, so.
Great point. That's a great point.
Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed.
Chairman, could you remind me who the second was?
Those two.
I know.
Thank you.
That's right over it
I
again.
believe it was Daniel.
Daniel.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will do the contract renewal activities specifically for high school boys basketball.
Sorry. My notes are getting too spread out.
Okay, so we are now on to high school boys basketball. And so the recommendation is to hire Tyler Patrick as head coach and Dan Herringfield and Devin Zudo as assistant coaches.
So this item was addressed to Coach Tyler Patrick and the possibility that discussion could end up in a closed session. He notified me that he waived his right of privacy and asked that everything was taken care of in open public session. So I have that email on record that he waived his right of privacy. So, I guess in this instance, I would like to start with the motion and then we can proceed with discussion.
I'll move to approve, the basketball coaches as presented for high school.
I'll second. Been moved and seconded to approve high school boys basketball coaches Tyler Patrick, Dan Herringfield, and Devin Zito. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Is there any public comment?
I am Lisa Campbell, and I don't usually do this, but I felt very strongly about this. My son played basketball, loved basketball, would not go out for it this year because of our head coach. Would not go out for track. His self-esteem was brought so low. And I realized that Coach Patrick is very close in age to the players and likes to be friends with them, and that his friends will go in his classroom and discuss video games. My son has no interest in video games. He's more into fishing, hunting, snowmobiles, wanted no part of that. On the court, in practices, Coach Patrick would talk about my son to players and to managers that he has no talent. I don't feel that is a mature thing to do. And as you know, I am one of those subs that is in here every day that you guys talked about. I know the kids that are coming up. I know what it's done to my son's self-esteem. And I do not want to see it happen to another kid or kids. I know what it's done to him. Just wanted to let you know that. And I also know he is not the only. I just speaking.
Mr. Odell.
So, I take this pretty personally. I was a head coach at 22. I was young. I learned, I made mistakes. I've been a head coach for 28 years. I have him coaching me on a daily basis. He's not here tonight because I left him with the tennis team. I would not leave him with my daughter if I didn't trust him. He is an exceptional coach. One thing in this community, and it's something that needs to change, we have a very toxic community for our basketball coaches. And that's not even a question. We fire him at an alarming rate. And we cannot build a program if we fire a coach continually. I've been the head coach, well, I guess it wasn't this year, but 22 years in wrestling. They allowed me the chance to become a good head coach. I'm the AD. I'm mentoring him. I'm with him daily. I see the things he does. No one's with him more than I am. I'm with him hours a day at tennis. And through that, he has an experienced coach above me. He's reaching out to other coaches. In the interview process, he understood he's young. And he actually preferred to be an assistant. We didn't have that option. And the nature of the beast this year, we had to really, really work to recruit any sort of assistants at all. And they are all first-year coaches. There is no older leadership in that program. That's tough. That's a tough position to be in. I can't, like I said, he has helped my daughter immensely. He's a good mentor for her, the girls in the program. Him and I talk continually about what it takes to be a coach and how to get better. I can't recommend someone more, honestly, because if I leave my daughter with him, I trust him. I'll read something that he gave me. He says, I want to take a moment to express my apologies for not being able to attend the meeting due to prior tennis coaching obligations. Please know that my basketball coaching job means the world to me, and I'm truly passionate about working with your children. I invest my whole heart into building a positive culture for these young men to grow into better ambitions on and off the court. I hope that commitment and hard work are evident, and you'll consider keeping me around to coach basketball next season. Thank you for your support. I know no one's perfect. I'm not, and we're an educational institution. We're supposed to teach people how to be better, and I'm doing that. I'm not just complaining about it. I'm working with him side by side. And I ask you to give me the chance to help him be the best basketball coach he is. I know he's passionate about our community, our kids. And if you care about your kids, then that's huge for me. Thank you.
I do care about trying to get him the best, why I'm here.
I agree. I wasn't this.
And maybe we need more mature people in there because we know that there are some now that.
It was open.
Melinda Easter. I had a son and a nephew in the program the last 2 years under Coach Heather Patrick. Tyler as a person, I have found him as a teacher to my second son, Merrick, to be very positive. He's been a wonderful teacher. He always has a smile on his face and tends to be very positive within the classroom. On the court and in practice, there is a fundamental lack of basketball knowledge. I'm not saying this in any derogatory means. This is statistically when we watch boys no longer progressing in a sport. When we can look at our statistics and just get very black and white with it, that way it's not emotion driven. We can see that boys are no longer progressing. We have an alarming amount of injuries. When there are no practice plans set up before practice, and this is not by opinion, this is again witnessed. Other coaches talking to him, trying to mentor him. I do not feel that he is not teachable, not moldable, not anything. But going forward in this program, there has to be something to safeguard these boys against over conditioning, which happened, which created a ton of injuries, one of them being my son. And it is proven in doctor's notes that this comes from overconditioning from a coach who literally didn't know what else to do in practice. Fundamentals, player development didn't happen. I have background in sports. My family has a background in sports. Like that's, and when players are not dribbling the ball better mid-season than when they began the season, when our shot percentages are lower because players are not being taken out of the game and given any rests, when we're not developing a team and creating a balance of players coming down, these boys are up against it. I tell you what, though, this group of boys work their butts off. They work their butts off in football. They worked them off in basketball. It was not through lack of effort. And I don't necessarily mean anything against him. I do think he's a good guy. I think he's a great teacher. I think he was totally out of his depth stepping into this position. I do hope that we can get something more basketball knowledge, more something fundamental to create a foundation to build on within this program.
Jane Thompson. I also had a son on the basketball team, many of you know Wyatt. He also played his junior year. He did not go out for basketball his sophomore year because of our current head coach at that time. And he had him in shop class. So I think that his junior year, he went out. That was Patrick's first year coaching, head coach. And I'm also a basketball coach and played basketball all through school. It takes a lot, right? So going in, knowing how young he was. I also had a senior that year who had him in class. He was a great teacher. He also, from student teaching the year before, I believe formed friendships with those students and felt close to them. I think it did impact him that first year of coaching, how he went about favoritism to that class or whatever it might be. But I also think that we can't compare that year to this year because I think the talent of our players was different. And I think that's something that you can't change. Wyatt didn't have a great year that first year. He loved it. He didn't get to play as much. And, you know, wasn't as inclusive. There were some instances that happened during practice that I was not made aware of until after the season. Sorry. Being mocked or teased from the other players. It didn't happen this year, so I don't know. You can call out the difference. I know what it is. His gym shorts were pulled down during practice the first year by other players. I'm assuming the coaches were still in the gym and knew that this was occurring and did nothing, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. But, you know, I didn't know about chapter season. I talked to Wyatt about it. He's kind of a go with the flow. It didn't really have a big impact on him that it seemed. We talked about it. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to do anything about it. So I left that up to him. But he still looked up to his coach and loved his coach. And he went out again his senior year. He chose to overcome that adversity and give it another try. And he had an awesome year. I think the growth from Coach Patrick from the first year to the second year, I saw it. I believe in that people need mentorship. Like you said, we didn't have a choice the first year. He was our only option. And he stepped in as a teacher after being his first student teaching. He took over that year, his student teaching year of teaching, and came back. So I did see growth. And I think that a lot of that had to do with his support system that he had on the bench as coaches. So I think that he learned a lot from his assistant coaches this year. I think he maybe learned from mistakes the previous year. But, you know, this year Wyatt was uplifted. Wyatt's life was changed because of his season this year. Sorry. But the season that he had this year and he's going to graduate, it changed his life. It changed his impact on the school. And I think that him being a part of that team, I think he changed the lives of his teammates. So if you were at a basketball game, you saw it, sorry. But that's all I have to say. I was just gonna say really quick, for those of you who know me, I thought of that coach for 40+ years and he's known everywhere, and I realized the struggles. I guess my only thing was, as a future parent of a child who hopefully will play in high school, there does need to be a little bit more, I think, direction towards basketball. And I'm kind of speaking on behalf of my husband, who's worked with several kids over the years, a couple teams. But I have to say there was one concern. This fall, my kids came home, and all the 6th grade boys, basically, I know the 8th grade girls, because we're talking about, already knew who the starting team was before the season had started. And that was kind of alarming. And I just feel like that's something that needs to be taken care of during the season, and that doesn't matter the sport. So, I'm safe.
Any other public comment?
I've got some questions, I guess. I want to direct these to John just because I wish Tyler could have been here. What are Tyler's qualifications?
Are we re-interviewing now?
What's that?
I mean, are we re-interviewing him now?
I don't know.
I mean, qualifications.
Well, I hear that he's young. What was his pedigree? What was his resume? What's his experience?
I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I don't think we can
Oh,
bring
that's
that into
fair.
this discussion. Yeah.
That's
We can we can discuss the motion and your position to vote for it or against it.
Okay, so tell me this, in the hiring process, you said we didn't have any other options.
Again, no.
You're saying that he was the only one that applied?
Okay. No.
No, it's important, if we're gonna fix things as a board, we're talking about mentorship, we gotta get to the root of the issues here, so we can put policies, procedures, mentorship in place, and I don't understand.
But those are discussions for another time.
He waived his right to privacy. So I'm confused right now.
So the board can ask questions, she can only take public comments.
We can take public comment and we can act. You can speak your mind on the motion.
All right, so here's, without knowing the facts, which as a leader, how can you lead if you don't know the ground truth? And it seems that if we're gonna fix the issues, we need to get the ground truth. And it seems like every time I try to, I get stopped. So with that said, we need a better program, teach, coach, and mentor, especially when we have problems with specific programs. This isn't all. We have some phenomenal athletic programs, phenomenal. But just like any school, there's going to be programs that struggle. And when that occurs, we have to be able to say, hey, if we don't have qualified applicants that are in-house, we have to have the discretion to say, you know what? We are setting this young man or young woman up for failure by putting them the head of a program with little to no experience and their age. In the military, we don't put a platoon leader in charge of a battalion. We don't. In business, we don't put a financial assistant, a CEO of a company. There is a natural progression. It's called experience. It's called training. It's called, hey, Brad, I ran into this issue. He's a C squad coach and he goes to his mentors and he says, hey, how do I work through this at a C squad level, at a JV level? And then when he is proven and she has proven that they have the experience and they have the qualifications, then they are eligible to be considered as a head coach of an entire program. And the entire program shouldn't just be the high school. It should go all the way down to the 2nd grade. These coaches should be showing up and mentoring the coaches down there doing Elkhorn basketball. They should be giving guidance and direction. I coached Elkhorn basketball for 14 years, I think, between Devin and Z. I coached this man's daughter too, loved it. Never saw one head coach come to me and say, hey, Chase, I think you should work on this. So John, I'm all for you. We've got, if we're gonna fix this toxic culture, it starts with us and we have to fix it. But in order to fix it, we have to be able to communicate. We have some transparency here.
I'll say one thing on that. It was open externally. We opened it up. It was open for a long time.
And thank you. That's what I need to know. Because that's what
I couldn't answer the things like what's on the resume. I don't remember that. He was a player. Yeah. You know, he has passion. You know?
Okay.
But it was open externally, but we had very few applicants, one guy from Florida. And like I said, there wasn't a lot. We made the best decision we could. Absolutely.
Okay, no, thank you for that. That gives me more clarity on that. And that just gives me more data to put into, okay, what do we do in this situation?
Yeah.
Because here's where I'm at with Tyler. Exceptional young man. His character, I saw that with Wyatt. I'm like, Tyler, phenomenal character. This young man, I'd love to see very successful someday. At the same time, I'm like, this young man has the potential to be great, but he needs some reps, he needs some mentorship, he needs some guidance, all that stuff. I'm all in on Tyler. I'm not all in on being the head of a program because I wouldn't be if I turned back the clock. I wouldn't want that. That's a lot of responsibility for someone that young. You're setting them up for failure in my mind. And we're all focused on the coach right now. What about the kids? What about the kids that have put the time in since second grade in Elkhorn all the way through? Is it fair to them too? It's not fair to the coach. It's not fair to the players. It's not fair to our district. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
May I please just state something I feel like I need to say? So one thing I think that maybe has gotten lost in translation too is that, you know, we have an admin team in place and we work very hard. We don't make recommendations lightly, and we are also more than capable and more than qualified to interview, to vet applicants, and to recommend for hiring. These things don't just happen willy-nilly. I think that's been the impression, and that's just not what happens. Yeah, sometimes we only have so many things that we can look at and vet so we can fill a position for sure. I just want everybody to be reassured, evaluations are done. Those meetings have happened with all coaching staff like they always do. Recommendations and suggestions for improving all of these things that have come up. Anything that is any kind of issue that needs to be discussed, handled, talked about with coaches, those conversations have happened. Plans to improve some of those situations are in place and have been discussed and made. And we don't take these things lightly because yes, they do impact students, and that's why we're all here. We want the best for all our students too. So I wanted to make that I just want to make that a point. This is a process for sure. And we know, you know, the parameters around this situation. And as Mr. Odell already spoke to, we are working on mentoring. We are working on getting some supports and some things in to help our coaches with the situation. So I just want to make that clear.
Any discussion?
For Ashman, I'd like to say that, if we critiqued our teachers as harshly as we critique our coaches, probably none of us would be here. When I was a second-year teacher, I was terrible. No, I mean, let's get real. You know, you're not good.
I think I was in that class.
You grow, you experience, you are mentor, you
take classes, you take classes on your own. You do things to improve your own skills. And the difference is that I'm not doing this in front of, all the parents every day. And, I don't have a gym full of parents and grandparents and friends and neighbors. They're not sitting there watching me perform, watching my kids perform, watching my kids test, watching my kids fail and have to reteach and rework and to get them where we want them to be. And I don't think any parent really, or grandparent, or they probably would not approve of everything that we do on a daily basis. The difference is we're not going to stop it. And I feel that, Tyler, he does have great passion and he's a great person. Does he need to grow? That's up to his people that advise him. Can I say that? No, because that's not my expertise. Now, if you ask me if he needed to improve as a math teacher, I could tell you that. Because I feel now after 28 years or 29 years, I am at the point that maybe I'm a master, maybe not. I still do stuff and learn. And I think that is something you have to keep in mind. That every time our coaches, we get in a pickle, and it seems to be basketball, we're like, oh, they're done. Instead of saying, okay, let's put you on a plan. Let's give some improvement. If I was a terrible teacher, my bosses would say, here, you need to improve these, and these, and you go to school and get it figured out. And I would be on a plan. But I think we are not giving him the chance, if you don't renew him, you're not giving him the chance to grow and improve to become that coach that maybe we want. And was he the coach we wanted? I don't know, because I can't fully judge that. And so I think that's something you need to keep in mind, is that everybody has to have a chance to do that, to improve.
And just to clarify, I totally agree 100%. And I don't want to see Tyler off the bench. I'd like to see him remain on the bench as a JV coach, so he can get teach, coach, and mentor. That it's not apples to apples, in my mind, my opinion on it. Because teachers, absolutely, you're going to grow. But here, there is a structure. The head coach is head of the entire program, in my mind, from 12th grade down to 2nd grade should be. So it's different. You got to have some skills, and those only come with time and experience and gray hair. Sometimes a loss of hair. So anyway, but I appreciate those comments. I totally agree with what you're saying, just in a different aspect.
Can I ask a question? Or maybe make a comment? Is that okay?
As long as the comments come to the board.
Yep, totally.
Yep.
So to piggyback off of what Mrs. Zachary just said, we have all talked, not all, but people have stood and spoke about Mr. Patrick and whether or not he should or shouldn't be, the basketball coach. But when we had 2 teachers resign tonight, it was like, they're resigning, we're good to go, it's cleared, it's floored. And no one was really even allotted time to stand up and speak for teachers. But we are dedicating, I don't know how long we've been talking about basketball. I just, that is just baffles me. Because we're here for students and then the student athlete.
Just to be clear, I asked for public comment.
I know, and I barely got it worded. It was just so fast that anybody who might have been thinking to stand up and speak to either of those teachers didn't even, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like we kind of just rolled over that. And then we got this special session for basketball, which I think I'm not qualified to talk about that, but I just feel like we just bulldozed over teachers who are here working in an environment that is just crazy every day, and we just rolled with it. And then I don't know, no one was able to really say anything. Just wanted to bring that up.
Any further discussion?
I just want to say that I want to make one thing clear. It was never brought to me that Tyler Patrick was recommended for hire as a last resort in any way. And so I want to make it clear that from the interview, he was determined to be qualified and presented himself well, came with example practice schedules, all those kinds of things that's expected at the coach interviews. And with the assistant coach at the time, you know, wanting to remain as assistant coach and agreeing to mentor him through that first year, it was recommended that he would have the support needed and that would be a hire. I would never recommend hiring someone just because we had nobody else. I want to make it clear that that's not why Tyler Patrick was ever hired at this school. I would say we had to go without if we didn't have a qualified person for a position. And then I just also want to say that we need to be very careful. We do not discriminate on hiring based on age on either end of the spectrum. And even a veteran teacher reminded me of their rights on that today. So we can talk about experience all we want, but we can't talk about age. And some of our, I mean, we have phenomenal minds across the state. You wouldn't believe the age of some people in different positions. So I just want to make sure that we're being clear on those couple of aspects.
I have just brief, obviously everywhere there's some need for improvement. And I could say anything, kind of maybe catch Sherry and John's ear a little bit, and appreciate you guys' effort to want to mentor and continue to improve this staff. And I would urge the continue to do so. But thank you. I think it's great if we can give opportunities for improvement.
I just had a question. One, and yes, everybody needs a chance to be able to grow and whatnot. And maybe this is something it looks into the sports, when you guys update the sports information. I don't know what the word, but something of a handbook, thank you. You know, maybe allotted time of what you would try to give somebody to improve, rather than just saying, well, he needs time to improve, and after 10 years and it's still basically a failing program or whatnot. When do you say enough's enough to allow for improvement? Because there is a point that you start to see a pattern that they aren't improving, or they are improving on one side or the other. So I don't know if it's something to put in the handbook or not, or how long would you guys think to say time to, we've got given enough time to improve, when we've seen improvement, things are going great, or not at all? I guess it's kind of a question or kind of a suggestion. I don't know, one or the other. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna add, obviously I knew there was concerns out there, which is why I separated, this item from the list. And I understand and appreciate all of the comments that have come forward. I do believe that we need consistency and we need some change in many areas of our athletic programs. It is going to take a combined effort, and that comes from players, parents, faculty, and the entire community. And when I think about, what we're trying to do, strategic planning, athletics, and the people that we bring into these situations falls into that. We all have to be working towards a common goal And in all my years of experience being involved with high school athletics and unfortunately specifically basketball, I feel like we don't have that. And until we get that, we're just going to continue this cycle of 1-2 years, this coach got to go. 2-3 years, this coach has got to go. Somehow we all have to come together on our goal and our vision and our objectives for what athletics bring to education in towns and schools. Student achievement still comes first. Athletics are a part, an extension of the classroom. We should hold our coaches to the same standards that we hold our teachers. I believe that. But again, as parents, we need to make sure that the questions we're asking, the focus that we're giving is just, if not more important in the classroom than, like, when we put those people out in front of us in a court, it seems like they gather way more scrutiny than they probably deserve for somebody that, in my mind, is really doing a volunteer position. Yeah, we pay them some stipends, but the only thing worse is sitting in this seat right here. Because this pay doesn't even come close. You get paid. So, again, I appreciate everyone's willingness and the efforts and the comments. I think there's a lot of good discussion here, and I think there's a lot of things that we, as a combined unit, need to work on. And consistency in what we do day in and day out in the classroom, on the court, it needs to be the same. Is there any further discussion? Discussion? Any last public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? You can't. You have to vote.
I vote no.
Okay, now I got Vanessa.
Aye.
No. Aye.
Aye.
No. Motion passes 3-2.
Can we go back and we have members that feel like they want to speak on passport? Is it?
No, it's gone.
Okay.
Other contracts. Summer counselor, head librarian, extended ag, dual credit, driver registration. Actually, I think those are on my list.
Yes, we covered, summer counselor, head librarian, and extended ag, and we are holding off on the others as we work out the details of those programs.
Okay, so we have made it through all the employment categories. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving on to policies.
More fun. All right. No. So this is what I was talking about at the very beginning of our meeting. This policy outlines that this is now required by the state law that we will, at the conclusion of each school year, report to the board about our student data, kind of like what we did at the curriculum committee meeting the other day. Once adopting this policy, we must do this to a full board meeting and talk about how we've made strides towards our goals. So we have been working as admin and school staff team on our PIR day, on our goals, our family engagement plans, our Indian education plans, and our integrated action plans. So we will have those to present to you, and in the future, as this policy says, we will inform you of our progress towards those. It also talks about how we will have the district graduate profile defined, and those other components that we talked about. So that's the basis for this, which we're also going to be reflecting on some of these components in our next strategic planning session. I asked Andy to make sure we leave this in. So this is just putting in place that we will have those goals and objectives clearly outlined, presented to the board, as well as the progress on them, and then file the graduate with it.
Can you help me understand the district strategic plan versus the district strategic plan of education? Or are they both?
Yes, so the the district's education plan is what I have to fill out in a lot of reports and data sheets that get submitted, mainly to OPI and sometimes to the federal government. So when we talk about these goals in this integrated action plan, they're based on like percentiles we'd like to increase in math and reading. Yeah, really.
I have a question. Is there a reason why you wanted, or that maybe it wasn't you, but that the portion of the month is during the month of blank is struck? Do we not want to set a particular month of every year that this gets discussed, so there is a target deadline?
Yeah, we sure can. I did not. That was just, this is just a recommended.
Okay. Yeah.
The updated
After I
one.
said that you did this, I was like, well, maybe.
Yeah.
The reason why it's not there.
Yeah, we might want to take a look and see what would be, obviously this board meeting is always a
I see.
long one.
Let's not be.
Yeah, so then it's hard because it depends on the testing windows, so maybe that's why it's left vague, depending on where the testing window is each year.
I would guess it's probably just to allow flexibility with any kind of scheduling and things like that. If you have a policy for a specific month and something happens, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, that would be my thoughts on it. Just allows a little bit more flexibility. We can choose when we.
Last month would have been good, but like the high school testing is not done yet. For example, well, neither is the elementary for the statewide testing is not done yet. But May might be done.
I'd say May or June. I mean, in June, clearly we're done and we're out of testing.
June might be a good one. You guys, the principals are still here at the June board meeting?
Depends on.
Depends.
Because I think this should say this, I think this should say the superintendent and principal. So one thing, like where you asked the difference, remember Cool about the difference in the action plan. For example, when I report on this to the state, I fill out the district level report, and then this year I filled out each building's report with their assistants, but next year we talked about them filling out the reports for their own buildings. So I think, and it's reporting back on the schools. So basically, this policy is now saying that not only do we need to report to the state on how we did on our goals that we're required to have, but also to you guys. So I think it'd be appropriate for the principals to present their, just like for the curriculum committee meeting in May or June, I would say, depending on how our calendar falls. And then I think it should say superintendent and principals.
I don't know if it's important to others, but I just like the idea of having a timeline of when it would be expected.
Yeah, I do like a firm deadline, and also other policies had superintendent or designate, just for consistency, like going up just superintendent or designate. Tries to do that, or they choose to do that, or how you want to run it, then we don't have to be so selective, just be consistent policy. Just a thought.
So is it okay if I put May or June? And then superintendent or designees? And then are there any other areas you would like different? This would basically be like the curriculum committee is what I think of, where this second line there where it says the chairperson may appoint a committee of the board to include the district administrator, annually review the goals, and that's basically what we do with the curriculum committee, right? So can we just say, well, that is, we already do that, so yeah, we're good there. We could just say the curriculum committee
Instead of the board.
Well, I guess we still have to.
The chairperson may appoint a committee of the board to include the secretary and the library of the open for the board.
Yeah, I think I would just,
Okay.
I think it'd probably be assumed that like a meeting. Yeah. So,
That way, if I don't want to be on it, I can.
she gets to-
Okay, any other items on that one? And I think we'll just do each one of these one at a time since there's quite a few changes noted. So let's just go ahead and do a motion.
Move to approve 16, then it'll dismiss.
It's been moved and seconded to approve policy 1610 with the noted changes. Any discussion? Discussion? Public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Policy 3141.
All right, open enrollment is the legislation that is pushing this policy change. I would like to point out that it's important for us to consider the date. We have to allow for this to occur this year, so we do need to put a date that will still allow folks to apply for next school year. But we can always amend it after that, if the board would so choose. So does anybody have a recommendation?
From a school planning standpoint, what is more, I guess, not to turn the question back to you, but for the school administration and everything to do their planning, what is helpful?
Yeah,
Let's say yes.
February, was that good? No, I think in the future we'll want it to say February. I think that's the model that Jason saw, that some other districts had that we were looking at earlier. But for this year, I think if we can say, I mean, by the end of May, done for next school
Is
year.
that too late? For this 24, 25 year?
But you have to do 2 readings to that.
Well, I was just wondering in terms of trying to hire staff, if you need to add another class, you won't know that until May.
It's gonna have to be after our May. It would have to be after our May.
So what's the date of that? Next day after that? For this year? I mean, I don't want to.
No, I understand
About
what
the
you're saying.
implementation, but I also don't want to put everybody.
So the
Can't
the
try
second
to make it
reading
so
of the
late.
policy, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it'd have to be after that, or else it's awesome, right?
On state law, you have to offer it.
So, May 15th. For this year.
You guys, you're the ones that
Yeah.
are the experts on this.
Yeah, we've already got 59 kindergartners.
May 15th or May 30th, which do you
Yeah,
want?
I think May 15th
I'd
would
say this.
I think that works.
Yeah, I think after this year, I think we should look at that date. I looked through some of the other model policies. A lot of them are using that January, February is kind of that date.
And then you have kind of a heads up then and the numbers and, because you're doing hiring and more.
Kindergarten roundup.
Kindergarten is the end of April. Next year is on the calendar for mid-April.
So for now, we'll put May 15th and then we'll amend this for next school year to be sooner.
Yeah, or I think we could actually probably set the dates. We could put May 15th for the 2024-2025 school year.
And
then
February
put
thereafter.
February 15th from
February
a couple
15th
days
thereafter.
after, I think.
Okay.
So then we don't forget to. go back.
So we don't forget, yeah.
Oh,
That'd be
okay.
There was one other optional line in there.
Paid applications shall not be considered. Is that the language you're talking about?
Yeah. One of the other districts I saw actually put incomplete application shall not be considered.
That could be important. Sometimes people leave off information that may disqualify them from being accepted.
But also being said, in the event district experiences extreme or extenuating circumstances, the superintendent reserves the right to open additional applications.
So just from my language, experience, anything shall is never good. Change that to may. Because if it says shall, we have to. We have may, we may not. We get the option 2 or option 2 not accept. I don't care if it's complete or late, but if it's a
Yeah, if we
shall.
put late or incomplete may not be considered.
Yep.
My question on that is our justification. I think we'll have to be very careful on our justification on whether we accept an late application or not, just from a litigation standpoint. Yeah. Shall makes it very safe that way in a sense, but I understand where Jason's coming
Step
from.
one and not another.
No, I was just thinking if you're working through an application with somebody on May 14th and they show up on the 16th with it.
Right.
It's late, but it's still complete, but you started it before and now you can't accept it because you shall not accept. It becomes this, what do we do, what we don't do situation.
Yeah.
But yes, so the clear justification. And consistent.
It's 4 and you shoot 3 and you don't take the one. that-
Or you can be looking to fill, if you've got extra seats in the class.
Well, seriously, you run, I mean, that's gonna be an issue. You know, all that kid got it.
Baseball. So did we add or not add the optional language? We did add that one sentence.
I think we do, something added with late or.
Late or
And the may. Chris asked.
Yeah, but that actually.
If that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I can bring it back to you for the second reading of what is his notes.
Okay.
Okay, activity,
Motion on that one.
sorry.
So we're not allowed, to take tuition then with this new legislation?
No, that isn't. Tuition still applies. Okay, motion on policy 3151. Please.
I will move step through 3141 as discussed.
All second. The moved and seconded to approve policy 3141 as discussed with the addition of the optional language. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Any public comment?
Did you, sorry.
You're doing that on purpose.
No, I'm not. So we are charging tuition even if it's open enrollment?
The tuition is a totally separate subject. Tuition applies based on the law.
Okay.
And there's a formula that applies to it. It's
Okay.
not tied directly to this policy.
Have we ever charged tuition now? Not that I remember.
No, and now it's based on the state formula.
Yeah, that, I mean, even if we could, if we didn't.
Correct.
I expect that we will. That's- Any further discussion? Any other public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Policy 8132.
Okay, so activity trips, I do want to point out that we, as well, as we revise our athletics and activities handbook, we'll make sure that these are highlighted. Some of these we've been doing, some of these are not always as formal in practice, so we'll make sure they are because these are required. So it talks about those that are authorized to drive the passenger vehicles to transport students. And we talked about making sure that there's a duplicate copy of the passenger list. This is usually emailed out. We do a good job of that, of making sure it's accurate and passed out. I always remind staff that they cannot use their personal vehicles to transport students. That puts district in great liability. They need to have documentation from me as the superintendent in order to do so.
Which a comment for that is like this year in particular, we are so short on bus drivers and buses that, that may very well come into play. I mean, we don't know when to get kids anywhere, so.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yep. And for example, administrators, if we have to take a student home or somewhere in case of an emergency, the preference is always to use a district vehicle. And then otherwise, I always use my personal vehicle, and then the principal's is kind of the order we try to maintain for insurance purposes. So this just spells those kinds of things out. Further, we would not like to use the optional language at the bottom of the page because it would be very costly for us to not have students have to share hotel room beds occasionally on trips.
My
We
notes,
go broke.
my
for
notes
sure.
say exactly, this is honestly never practicable, great word.
Yeah.
We couldn't get or afford that many rooms for everybody, so.
Yes. And then as far as the optional one, I mean, on the second page, I don't know what your thoughts are, Sherry. I mean, we already have this covered. We don't share with other schools unless we come to an agreement on it and we make sure that it's understood who's supervising those students in that case. I've heard and seen those conversations go back and forth with our current athletic director and coaches, so. We're doing that if we want to leave that in there. I don't think it's a bad thing to have.
Yeah, if we're doing it, it seems to make sense if it's in policy.
If the children of opposite sex are sharing quarters, parents have to be notified. This goes back to all that parent transparency and updated legislation. And I think that's about it. So we will strike the first optional one and leave the second.
Okay, is there a motion? Policy 8132.
Yeah.
Move to approve policy 8132.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve policy 8132 with the noted acceptance optional language. For any discussion?
I didn't know why we would limit the superintendent or designate to utilize a passenger vehicle designed to transport infrequent passengers. Like, why do we need that descriptor there? Because we the board authorizes the superintendent or designate to use a vehicle that is the size and style necessary to meet the needs of the district according to the requirements. Like I don't want to necessarily, if we buy a 20 passenger van, now we're out of policy because we have 8 to 15 and
I believe that it's just saying that we have to have a list because those folks have to have a driving record completed. So that would be separate than our regular background check. Is that correct, Casey? We don't currently do driving record for every employee.
But, I mean,
So,
We don't have any vehicles that don't require a CDL.
Yeah, we have the.
Oh, the Suburban, I guess you're right.
yeah, so like the van that, what else we wanted to purchase.
It's perfect.
Or this Suburban, we need to have a list of these folks, basically, this is stating, because we have to have, according to this policy, we have to have their driving record.
Yeah, I think that's what it's noting, is that it has to be,
That's why I just didn't want to pigeonhole it.
because it's different than our school bus drivers that we.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly. If it's 7, they're asking for. Yeah, or in violation.
Any further discussion? Discussion? Any public comment?
I have just a comment, or question. So, one example of short bus drivers this year was, middle school volleyball. Had a tournament they were supposed to go to, and there's no, bus driver scheduled in advance, so they ended up without. And, you know, parents were notified from the coach, I believe, in a text that they'd be writing and let them know if it's not okay. And they just rode with other parents. As a parent that wasn't able to go to that tournament because of work, that was a little bit unnerving to me because I had no idea who my kid was riding with. And when I dropped him off, they just waited until everybody came and dispersed, and he went in a vehicle. I don't even know the parents. I have no idea who they're even with. And I would like that not to occur. I know that we have a lack of bus drivers and we have, but like, I don't believe that should occur personally. I think that's a huge liability for the school system, and I think that's a huge safety concern for parents.
So just out of curiosity, we have junior high golf on Monday. We have to leave at 8:30 in the morning. So we basically have to have this figured out by Friday. We have no bus driver right now. What do we do? And I would hate to say no, all these kids that are practicing and wanting to be able to go do this. That's kind of the purpose, to get to go to games or meets. I mean, it looks, as far as looking at the whole spring, they
We're
will get to
in
go
a
to one
tough
single
spot.
week because we have no bus drivers. So
We're in a tough spot.
I'm just kind of curious as to what we are supposed to do on Monday.
Well, for this week, this is just the first reading of this policy.
So are we okay to
Yeah.
just have parents go though right now? Just have parents taking kids? Is that?
I think parents can take their own kids, as far as, you know, her statement of her kid jumping in with another parent, that obviously she needs to have approval, or they need to have approval before that happens.
And honestly-
A parent can
And
take
that's
their own.
happened, yeah, that happened during football or basketball too.
Basketball.
Yeah.
It's happened. Cheer over.
It happens. It is gonna continue to be
I mean, there's
a
gotta
problem
be a-
until we recruit more bus drivers.
So-
And your options, you can't still.
So if a parent says they'll drive their kid and it lists a certain parent say, my kid is fine to go with them, do we need a written permission?
I would say yes.
Okay, just get something drafted up.
We did get permission.
Yeah,
I know
we
when
did
we
with
had
basketball,
when
we did.
We
I
had
mean,
that
I-
incident with basketball, we
first
got
I read
permission
about volleyball.
from the parents to that, yes, they could ride with this parent.
I was just gonna say, that's usually the normal protocol. I mean, I usually have a pile of notes saying so-and-so's going to so-and-so, so-and-so's traveling. That's usually the normal part. Now, if something else happened outside of that,
That didn't happen.
okay, yeah, I mean,
Nobody knew who was riding with
Okay.
who, nothing was signed.
that's a whole nother thing.
What is the insurance liability if there's an accident? Even if you have permission slip.
If the parents are transporting their own student and another parent has agreed, I mean, that would be no different than, you know, letting your kid ride with that parent to another function. You know, that, we're not putting that non-related student in that the other parent has to accept that.
Perhaps the district could have a set form that's used, and it will have some verbiage that makes sure people understand. Maybe, I don't know.
Like I said, the other, the other option is if we don't have drivers, for buses, the activities will just have to cancel.
Right, that's the alternative.
Which typically, and the practice in the past has always been, obviously, those ones where we didn't have buses. But like, a lot of parents like to try to sign their kid out from an event to ride home with another parent, and we don't generally allow that. It has to be your parent or your family, unless it's very extenuating circumstances that have been, done, taken care of well in advance. But yeah, we do. I mean, we ought to do something, or we better start canceling events, because it's our only option. We've got more events than we do buses. Plain and simple.
I know we run into this at the high school level election. I don't know that age makes any difference whatsoever, but we have kids in 2 different activities, and the parent's gonna take them from one activity to another activity, and they all have permission from the other parents to say, yes, take my kid. I mean, it happens a lot, actually. It's not, so yeah.
Any further discussion? Discussion? Other comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
Just one more comment I would make, if I could, on that whole issue is, very disappointingly to me, the state just has made it much more difficult to get a CDL, which was to me one of the dumbest decisions they could have made, because there's not a business or district, and probably nationwide, that's not struggling for drivers. I just can't hardly believe they did that. Disappointing.
Okay, policy 8210.
Okay, so this is a procurement one. So first of all, we're talking about micro purchases that don't need soliciting. In the past, we did not have a small threshold like that, $10,000. And honestly, I'm not a expert on micro purchasing. So if anybody has any further thoughts or comments.
Well, this is strictly for the food program. This is not district wide.
Right.
No, I can honestly
So does
say I
anyone
don't-
have a preference on which one we use? Or
Probably easier just to do the 10,000. Otherwise you gotta maintain certification if it depends. Yeah, I think I would agree with awarding auditors. You can make. Guess I didn't read it thoroughly enough, but maybe you could make multiple purchases of $10,000 each if it's really an issue.
would that put us in an issue with like Pepsi or anything?
No.
That's with our water. Okay. So we want to go with the first one?
Whatever practically you guys think you can manage.
I mean, your recommendation on this one.
I can find out a little bit more. Like I said, I honestly didn't get too in the weeds on this one, and maybe it's worth running it by Vicky.
I think I would approve it on first reading at the $10,000 levels, and if you learn more before the second reading, we can adjust.
I second that.
I can't think.
I'm a little worn out from that. Okay.
First reading, school, about 10,000.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve policy 8210, selecting $10,000 increment, micro purchase threshold.
Is there any,
Do we need to add the optional, or are they, is this already there? I mean, I don't know what's underlying with our decision versus.
This one's confusing.
Is this a whole new policy or is this
Yeah. This is,
more?
Yeah, this is all
There's
new.
no red line version to it, so I don't know what's being added.
yeah, this is all of them. And I did not get into this on this one. So,
Yeah, we can do that too.
we can approve it with the options included and then on second reading. They get more details if you guys are okay with that. The geographical preference might help us with the local view. We've been researching adjacent schools.
If we can use federal money, they're local. No geographic preference is allowed.
Oh. I'm not-
It's optional then.
Yeah.
Yeah, how does,
That farm, what's it take to get established as farm to school?
Yeah.
That's for the exception.
It's gotta be a federal program, have under federal concerns.
Yeah, because it says you can use it in process locally grown or locally raised agricultural.
Hey, maybe, I know we already have a motion, but maybe amend it, table this one. Motion to amend, table this.
just a motion to table takes precedent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion. to table.
Somehow I missed
It's
it.
been motioned and seconded to
I missed
table
my homework.
this policy for further investigation. Is there any discussion on the motion to table? Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, motion table. Okay, 5231. Don't leave, you might miss something good.
This one's pretty straightforward.
This one looks straightforward.
It just requires that folks maintain a active address which would be very helpful.
Motion to approve 5231.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve policy 5231. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Policy 2165, early literacy targeted intervention.
We got some kindergarten and first grade teachers in the house.
Waiting all night.
You guys are
They're saying I owe them now.
Okay, so this has to do with the law changing. I've sent you guys a lot of the packets throughout the school year on the new House bills and the Board of Public Ed's recommendations that go along with them on how the early literacy targeted interventions are implemented. And there are options, as you see in this policy, from classroom-based programs, like an actual preschool program within the school, to a home-based program, to a summer jumpstart program, and funding formulas that align with each of the different programs. The big difference that I see is that we are now targeting students that are not going to hit the trajectory to be reading at grade level by third grade. So the students go through an assessment to be, and then they have to qualify for this program that we select. So if students are 4 or 5 years old, for example, and they're not, they have to take an assessment. in April, May, or June of each year. And then they have to be determined to not be on trajectory for reading at grade level by third grade. They can qualify to participate in one of these programs. So after being a kindergarten teacher and knowing that it's very hard if you have a student come in that is really struggling. And we know even this last year, we talked about it as a board and we had some, and considered it a bit. We had some families that were kind of on the borderline with age-wise, like we had a whole group of kids that seemed to be right on that cusp that just made the birthday. And it was hard for them to be in kindergarten this year. And we know that early intervention is huge for our students. So I think from an educational standpoint, we would like to see this happen. And also with some of the childcare situations we have in the community, really what we're trying to target here is especially those folks that don't qualify for Head Start, but still may not be at the socioeconomical level to pay for private preschool. So that those students have a high quality education experience before they come to kindergarten. It makes a big difference when they can write their name or at least their initials, right? Or the chair. So that's what I have to say about it. So my recommendation, with the help of Ms. Hartman and her team, and I'll definitely let them talk for a bit since they've patiently waited all night, but what we're looking for is a classroom-based program. That would be a preschool style program for, first of all, 5-year-olds. So those who would traditionally be going into kindergarten but aren't quite ready, we would put them in this program. And then any seats we had left open, we would fill with 4-year-olds that also qualified and were a good fit for the program potentially if we still had room. So there would be 3 third-grade classrooms, and there would be 3 kindergarten classrooms and 1 pre-K classroom, depending on how numbers turn out, is what we're proposing at this time. There was some very important work that went into this by Christina and her team. They had to select an assessment from a list of ones that were approved by the Early Literacy Board of Public Education Committee. And they also had to review the standards and all of that. So I'll let them talk about the assessment and the standards and their thoughts on the program. But one other thing I want to mention is that I was able to, we do have the furniture we need for an early literacy. We have a little people furniture, a whole extra set, which for some districts is a barrier, like purchasing a whole nother set of furniture. We do have an extra set of furniture. We do have the funds in ESSER. Casey, Pam, and I did the amendment for ESSER 3 today, and I was able to write in the curriculum we would need and the assessment if you guys approved. So I wrote it in that it's one of the allowable purchases with the remainder of our ESSER 3 funds that have to be spent by September. If you choose to approve this, we have the funding to buy the curriculum and the assessment for the pre-K program. I'll stop now.
I'm gonna turn over to the kindergarten staff because their hearts are what are really dug into this of the importance of it. So Jen, Chris, Diane.
So I know I talked this summer about this. I'm passionate about it. And this new policy that they have says that we can't have them in kindergarten for 2 years. And currently that's how we're helping the students. They're not ready to go to 1st grade. We're keeping them an extra year. And that has been huge with parent support. You have to have parent support. But that has been huge for those kids who just needed an extra system starting. And we can't do that any longer. So if we don't have this in place, we can't provide them with an extra year of kindergarten to get them ready for 1st grade. And I think that's a detriment to our students. And just being able to put them in a class that is focused on what they need versus on in a class that is supposed to be focused on what kindergarten needs and getting them ready for first grade. That would be a huge help as a teacher and for those students, that you're not having this, these huge varied levels. And today, when we looked at the number for Head Start, it was like $15,000 to qualify there. And the free and reduced lunch in our school was $10,000. So there's this population of kids who don't qualify for Head Start, but they also in our school system would qualify for free or reduced lunch. And so if they're qualifying for that, I don't understand how they would be able to afford care or preschool in our current climate here. And so there's this big population that we know is here and we need to do something for them. And so I just really feel it's important. And going off of what Jen said, when we do the kindergarten roundup, parents say our kids age-wise can come, right? And we say, of course they can. Even though they're not developmentally ready to be in kindergarten, they say, we need daycare. We can't afford daycare. We don't have daycare. We have to put our kids in kindergarten because there's no other options. And so that's these kiddos that we're finding aren't developmentally ready for kindergarten, but would be wonderful in a pre-K program, meeting their developmental needs. So,
And unfortunately, for those kiddos that are being pushed to come, we're finding them to be unsuccessful in kindergarten and having a very hard time throughout the year. And we, as educators, are also spending lots of extra time trying to give them support that they need. And our focus would be better used if we could teach the curriculum in front of us with developmentally appropriate children who get to come in ready to go.
I have one more thing. We used to have a preschool program in Townsend. I taught it. And there have been multiple teachers. It's been multiple years. And when you look at the kids who participated and where they were with their literacy scores, where we were scoring in 5th grade, it's a big difference. And I know COVID is in there and there's all sorts of different mental, social, emotional things going on. But there is a difference from when we provided scientifically based practices with these kids that we needed and what their scores were at 5th grade. And so I just think we really need to look at it.
I asked a question, why it went away?
Funding.
Funding was for the district area.
Is there anything about this policy that you guys don't like or we need to reword or look at?
It's kind of vague right now. That's been kind of our biggest thing.
So, that was one thing that we did look at, and I talked to Sue a little about, because this one is kind of vague, and I've looked at some other districts. There's some additional policies that outline a little more detail as far as what our exceptional students would be and so forth. And so we'll look at that, and that might be another policy there to bring forward. But this, at least, if we move this part, at least moves us to start moving towards that direction of that classroom preschool.
With some of our regional superintendents, for example, and have looked at some of their language. So if you guys decide that we're going to go in this direction, then we can look at additional sideboards that we want to put, like what parameters, so that we can target that specific audience that we're looking for. So that's one thing.
I just want to commend this team. They put a lot of extra hours in and stayed late to work with me and get this figured out, and looked at all of the assessments that the state approved and all the standards as well, and really have dug deep into this. This is something we've been working on for over a couple of months now, and just it's not something we've taken lightly. We put a lot of time into it.
Public comment now. Sorry. Jamie Thompson. I just have some experience with this, having a special education student who started in preschool and Head Start in Townsend. The preschool program was going on. At the time, it was, you know, if your kid had disabilities, you were automatically enrolled regardless of income. But after that, in order to be enrolled, you had to be under a certain income. At that time, I didn't qualify for his twin sister to be in the same program. And I was just above, you know. So, you know, I caution, I guess, putting a monetary limit on families being able to join the preschool program, or what that level might be. Just sometimes those limits are very low for families that are in that median income and still struggling, or can't even find the services in our community, because I think we have a lack of childcare in preschool as it is as a whole. So that's one thing. Pre-K has been a thing in many schools. I was in pre-K because of emotional trauma in Shelby, Montana, how many years ago? So it's been around for a long time, other schools doing pre-K programs. And it was really, they did it after. So they put you in kindergarten and then they put you to pre-K. And if you couldn't, you know, move to first grade, but then they bumped you with your same class. So that's kind of how they kept kids going. One other thing to consider is that this can prevent kids from being held back in later grades, because if they're not successful and they're already behind, that's where they're going to trend. Also with the, do we have any numbers from previous screenings to see how many kids would have qualified? So that we have an idea for an enrollment or
So numbers of kids who would have qualified, we didn't have a test that would tell us a third grade or reading. Like
sure.
Our screening doesn't.
Okay,
But we do have like the cutoff score of 7% and who fell below that.
Sure.
And so we have those kind of numbers.
Yeah.
You can recommend, but that's totally different
Right.
than being able to be on this trajectory.
Right. The other thing that, you know, when my youngest son is an 8th grader, and when we did the preschool screening, we screened him actually a year earlier, just because he wasn't attending preschool and I wanted an idea of what we needed to work on, that kind of thing. He was academically did very well. So, you know, they did the screening again the second year, and he is a end of July birthday. So he fit within the deadline academically. He's very smart. And we put him in kindergarten because academically he was in the 98th percentile and he was ready. He is a year, because people tend to keep the kids back nowadays, I feel like, more than push them forward, depending on where they fall, meaning daycare. He's a year or more younger than his peers because of parents holding kids back and not starting them until they're age 6. That has been a hindrance to him. Academically, he still does well. Socially, he has struggled, which has caused anxiety and depression. This year, he's finally coming around where he's kind of closed that gap with his peers socially. But some of those experiences are already set. So that's one thing I guess for screenings to consider.
Yeah, few questions. So you have, how many kindergartners do you have right now that are training?
Right now, 59, but some of those students, we usually see some that will qualify for something of this.
You really have four sections?
The way we're going right now, we would have to have 4.
Right.
But if we end up with 10 or 12 of these students, then we could possibly go to 3.
But it'd be a combo class, right? If you go to 3,
no, it'd be 3 kindergarten and a pre-K.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah, because like 10 or 12 of these students may qualify for the.
You have the logistics to be able to handle that classroom space.
Yes,
Daily
we have the
space,
classroom.
lunch space.
Yes.
What about budget?
So we've currently budgeted for 4 kindergartens.
Okay, and that
So-
includes a second, 4th grade teacher? Or to eliminate some of the public comment that was displayed about a combo class?
Yeah, that's,
We're not going to a combo class because we're adding a
we haven't
fourth
proposed that at all.
pre-K
Yeah.
teacher.
When looking at the budget, I mean, it was looking closely at all the numbers. It was one thing, you know, because they did increase the class sizes, third grade up. So that was one of the things we were talking about, but,
Discussed, but
it
not
was
proposed.
briefly discussed.
Well,
Never-
I just don't want, I don't want to add this at the cost of that, right? So my perspective
Right.
is we need to take care of the students who have to be here first.
So
That would include making sure class sizes are right for the students who have to be here first.
from a,
That's my perspective.
from a financial standpoint, it's a little bit different, my views on this. Even if we didn't have the money necessarily in the general fund budget to pay for the teacher for the first year of this, I would still recommend doing it and utilizing reserve funds to make it happen. Because when I looked into it and I was wondering, why are these districts that are in the red that are cutting major programs and running levies, adding this program? What I found out is that because it's going to pay for itself. So we ran the calculations and it will pay for itself in A and B in the future. The first year, it would potentially have to be an investment, like I said. But in the long run, the problem is that we won't get the A and B for
Right.
the next year, right? But
Right, because all that, right, so, yeah, adding that component and making sure we have enough elementary teachers to teach the right number of students and certified staff raises and everything all has to meld, right? So we are essentially taking away from the pot of money for raises by adding in the first year. Am I right? Am I understanding that correctly?
well, possibly, but either we have budgeted for 4 kindergarten. We're probably gonna have to have 4 kindergartens either way. This one is allowing an option for those students that are not ready for kindergarten to have the pre-K experience.
Right.
And it is optional to the parents. So it's hard to say because we're not sure, you know, how many will choose it. We would hope so by the ones that qualify. They can do the pre-K experience and then the kindergarten experience. If they're kindergarten, if they never have the pre-K experience, they can still be held back in kindergarten.
Yes.
But
2 years.
But the
If
problem,
one of our, if one of our preschools, and they go in on this with us too, that's where I was confused, because then they can't, correct?
it has to be our preschool, yeah. Yeah, so, but then the problem, like, even at the kindergarten level, it's, research shows it's not a good idea to retain students. And it's better for them to have a pre-K curriculum than the kindergarten curriculum twice, right? And all of those things. So just, it's educationally a good program. I don't see it as taken away from the other teachers or the fund. And even if in the first year you thought of it that way, I would encourage you to take money from reserves if possible to basically pay it forward, invest in this position because you get the money back in the A and B in the return in the future within 2 years of pay for it. So,
And I encourage investment just for the students themselves, the benefits that can come from this.
Right.
And on their educational level and how it can, those advancements where they're not struggling as they hit 3rd and 4th grade, that you're talking about those students that instead of learning to read to learn first, you know, they're not going to have those struggles by having this kind of opportunity.
So we're gonna have this fourth classroom probably either way, right?
I don't-
understand.
I don't know, because if out of the 59 that are currently registered, if we have 12 of those qualify, and we could still take in another, 10 in the fall, right?
Well,
So we settle
How big
in
your
for
class
something in fall.
How big class you're gonna have.
Well, we're at 18 now in
18 's
classroom,
good.
so
Right, exactly. So
yeah, 20 is the cap and we're hitting 18 now.
I don't want to have to rely on a para to be the solution because we go over state maximum.
Right,
That's not okay with me.
right.
Um,
So it's really, the biggest thing that will tell us is when we do kindergarten roundup, we'll know how many students that we'll be able to assess. The assessment that they've chosen, we can have it here by the following week and start doing that. So then we'd have a better idea after the first week of May. where we sit with those.
I know, like,
If we move
East-
forward.
I know, like East Helena, for example, is gonna see how many kids qualify and how many parents want it. And then they're either gonna offer one, like X amount of sections of full day program for however many classroom spaces they have. I can't remember. He said 3 or what, or if they have twice as many kids as they thought that want to do it and qualify, then they're gonna do half days. Cause you can either do like 2 groups of half day or you can do a full day program.
Well, half day will have all kinds of busing problems.
The cap is 18 in the pre-K with, it has to be a certified teacher and a para. You have to have a cap of 18 in the pre-K.
Because we had 15 last year, we floated the idea last year of doing it. Just on that initial side.
Yeah, I think
without
we
the
had-
screening piece.
Yeah.
Are these students coming to school kind of either way? Like,
Yes, you will
so
see them
this
either way.
is just
because-
giving them an opportunity for a different curriculum, basically.
Yeah, because last year we had students that would have benefited from this program. You know, we didn't have it, but so they
Been about
switched into
12.
kindergarten anyway. And they struggle. They really, truly, I mean, you've got teachers here that we're pulling lots of kids off to the side, working on skills and the needs that they just don't have.
So you're thinking if you don't have enough, you do a combo class?
No.
It would just be all or nothing. So either you're,
Well, like she said, you could open it up to 40.
I think we need to make the commitment that we're doing it, and then if we have open spots, we
You can fill
allow
it in
4-year-olds.
that's where, like, these combo classes are one of my concerns, and I don't know what the right suggestion is or the level is, but I don't want to diminish opportunities for kids who are advanced because now we're teaching 4-year-olds in the same class.
These would be students that would qualify to go to kindergarten the following year. The
They would-
4-year-olds would.
They would have to score the same range on the assessment to qualify for the program.
So that'd be a class they'd be going to. I'm understanding what you're saying. But
Yeah, I mean, I am of the opinion I want to take care of the students that are required to be here first. This is a nice thing to do. I think clearly there's support from staff to do it. That's what's changed my mind. I came in here absolutely not to, you guys want it, okay, let's make this happen, but you realize it comes at a cost. Like your raise may not happen because now you're adding this, right, this year.
But this is a clarification that I want, because we are already funding 4 positions. It is happening, I mean, like, that is what is in the budget right now, correct?
it's 4 kindergarten positions or
Yes.
4, yes.
We're at
Three.
59 already. It would be
Right, that's what I'm
3
saying,
and
like if you
1.
get to 75 by,
That was one of our big concerns. And
That's
that's why
my
we said,
concern.
if we need a 5th position.
exactly.
We can't hire a teacher out of the general fund. And that's why so for clarification purposes, you would say you would hire the 5th person out of your reserves.
That's
If it
that's
came to
where I'm
that,
at.
is
It's
that
like,
how you're
it's-
saying?
So,
I think that's where the concern is, if we have 70 kindergartners again.
so to
Right, if you
clarify,
plan on 80 kindergartners, you're gonna need,
yeah,
And pre-K, then you're needing 5,
you're
you're
gonna
needing
need
4
5
kindergarten
kindergarten,
and
so
1.
how are we gonna fund it?
That's what I'm asking. Is that what you're saying, Susie, is that you would take it from the reserves to fund another position? That's what I'm-
Yes, and it would pay for itself within a year, maybe 2. We get over 90,000, we get about $98,000 to have 18 kids in this pre-K class. So you take the teacher's salary, let's just say, 40, and you take a para salary at 25, then we have the remainder of the funds for
Insurance supplies.
Yeah, I was just thinking like all the complexities that come with that many more students, right? It's the meals, it's the busing, it's the
Where are you gonna put it?
physically. Yeah, well, that's,
I have no
the
idea
space
where we're
concern
gonna
is
go.
one of my first
We
concerns.
have no more.
Well,
It sounds
I
like-
thought we're kids that are
I
probably
have-
gonna enroll in kindergarten anyway.
I've done the math, all the other districts have done the math, they wouldn't be they wouldn't be putting, these districts that are in way more budget crisis than we are would not be adopting this if it was hindrance to the budget. I don't think that, and nobody's calculations have shown that.
I guess just a clear point of clarification for me is, do we have to, can we modify this to not offer it to 4-year-olds, or is it just kind of all or nothing? Or is that part of what we're trying to accomplish with this policy, is allowing 4-year-olds?
No, we can set, like we said, what we would add to this is the criteria of who we were qualifying. We can add more detail,
Okay.
like socioeconomic status,
Which is part of that.
like
other-
homeless or foster care student preference, socioeconomic status, age range. We can add those.
Which is the other policy that I was talking about, it breaks down the more parameters of what that looks like.
Okay, that was helpful. Thank you.
Can that be directed as like, we don't pull these extra kids in if it's going to put us into another classroom?
Well, the problem that we have with that is that Ms. Hobbies and I've talked a lot about this, because the parents that we talked about that this might be an option last year, and then we decided not to offer it, were quite upset. But yes, that's always a potential. But then, people are trying to make plans for it, like, am I gonna send my kids to this program, or do I need to find them a private preschool, or do I need to try to get them a spot at Head Start? So we kind of need to either commit to doing it or not.
I think we're talking about two separate things.
Okay.
I guess we looked at this, that we could potentially reach out to younger kids to get them started in, if they would be going into school the following year. Could we make it a preference that we don't go that extra step to get the younger kids pulled in if it's going to push us into another classroom side?
Yes.
Classroom, if that,
We could say that if once you're saying like 5-year-olds, if we fill 10 of those spots, are we gonna stop there? Or we open up to the 4-year-olds and cap it at 8 more and that's it, right?
right, something like that, where we're not like,
Right, and that's what we want to start with the 5-year-olds first. We want to
Yeah.
get them first.
kind of similar to the out
Yeah.
of district, like they can't put us into a certain line.
And then there's people who do it differently, like I said, through the qualifications criteria, or first come, first serve, or lottery.
Our next question is, how do you implement
Yeah, so.
There's a lot of.
application piece of it?
So
Yeah, we've
what
looked
if-
at a couple of other
First,
schools
we need
that,
the most.
you've looked
So
at a
what
couple
if-
other schools that have those parameters laid out.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. That's really vague on all of this right now. And that's what we have to, come up with as a team to say, what do those parameters need to look like? So that it does, keep those limitations.
One thing with the old preschool, there was a certain number of seats available. That was it. And some parents, first come, first serve, and you were on a waiting list if you did qualify, if there was, spots available.
Yeah, you could definitely limit to one class. If you're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of the concern, right? We just blow up so much. And I don't think there'll be huge demand, but I think there's certainly demand for it.
Well, and like I said, the biggest thing is that they have to qualify under that trajectory, right? They have to be at a low level that they're not going to make that grade level by 3rd grade. So, it's not just every student that's going to be in preschool. We do have preschools in town.
Can I make a comment? I just had a comment, like, is the state looking at, changing the criteria at all, or is that just set? Like, my concern is, like, my kid possibly won't qualify. But then all these other preschool kids get a full year of super kid curriculum that the rest don't. And they don't see it till kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? Like, ours are in like maybe a Montessori preschool or something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. There's a lot of new education legislation that was passed. That's why we keep having all of these long meetings full of policy at the end, and I just got another file, just so you know. So you can tell Chris Goss that we're excited to get to work on the new one. But, it could come back to be amended or changed. There's been preschool legislation for every session that I've been involved in, and this is one of the first one that's passed. And they did leave it up to local control to some regard, and with the requirements of that, basically trying to get that early intervention for that needed population. But like I'm saying, it is up to you guys. It is, we can, stick with the regular for kindergartens. We could say we're gonna wait and see what the need is. That just kind of makes it hard to decide if we want to invest in the intervention and screen the kids and then tell parents it might be an option depending on how many, qualify and want to take that route with their students rather than just going straight into regular kindergarten. So it's just kind of hard to
But either way, the
make a
policy
commitment or not.
isn't sufficient. So they're also-
Well, it's not that, it would be like an addendum to this policy, the parameters that we put around it. But tonight, the whole point is we either have to decide we're doing it or not because we need to get the assessment coming and plan for that process. We can't, like, delay it any
I'm
longer.
sorry, Diane Kirkpatrick, kindergarten teacher. There is a requirement that the assessment take place in April, May, or June prior to the year that this starts. So we're kind of limited on time. We have researched several early childhood, early literacy assessments, and we came up with one that feeds into what we're already using here at school very well. And so we have to have a decision.
And we do have a date that we can do the assessment, so we're not paying so we're not having to pay staff to be here to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that keeps the cost down too.
I will move 2165 with the classroom-based program. Be approved on first reading.
I'll second. Been moved and seconded to approve policy 2165 with the option of classroom-based programming. First reading, any discussion?
Like I said, you guys, I changed my mind, so I'm putting my faith in you that you'll have a good experience and this will work out well for everybody. In August with the scrambled act, because now they gotta.
Early intervention is a key.
Early intervention.
Teacher.
But we do need.
We might be there.
I know.
We know
I'm
we're getting
concerned. I'm like 80 at least.
Discussion. Any further public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passed. Go home and go to bed, Siri.
It was worth it.
Like the rest of us.
$3.
are gonna be.
So did you just approve having it? You just the first reading.
Well, that's all we can approve right now.
So.
First reading was the option to have a classroom-based pre-K.
So,
So is it a go is what she's asking?
yeah, or does it have to be an action item at the next board meeting?
We have to read it a second.
It's approved in second.
Yeah, and we
So-
might even potentially have
It's
to have,
tentatively approved.
we might have to have a special meeting in order to get the assessment purchased and get things moving. If we
Well, you didn't say anything about that earlier before we did.
like or prepared, organized. And and in the packet, I sent it out to you before, I can send it again, but in that, and it's on the Board of Public Ed. I'm not on the committee, on the early childhood committee, and they had actually phenomenal folks from all over the state that chose the assessments, and then they, also made all the recommendations, like you don't, it's not required to have a early childhood endorsement. It can be a K-8 endorsed teacher, but it's recommended to have early childhood, for example. Things like
Okay, we still need to do the form that goes.
Yeah, the form
with
that
that
goes with it.
2165 F. Is there anything on that that's in?
And the only thing is, that's why it would be importance of having a special meeting, because this would have to be done prior to our assessment. And our assessment, we would have to do on May 3rd, because that's when we would have time to do so. We have our child find is scheduled for the morning of May 3rd, and we could do this following child find in the afternoon.
So next week.
Move to approve 2165F.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve policy 2165F. Any discussion? Discussion, public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passed.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you very much.
Policy 7320.
I have an early childhood background. And I really didn't do it. This is.
Is it worth, or is there anything pressing? Is it possible to move the rest of these to the next board meeting and go right to principals report by chance? Or there's something important?
Well, the ones on second reading, unless somebody has come up with something.
I say we only have this one.
This one we actually moved down the road once already.
I think we had one discussion, 1420, so. But
Well, it's 7320.
I tried.
Okay, so this is the one where we needed you guys to approve the amount. And I did look up, and it was previously $80,000 that the superintendent had the discretion of. And this one,
This one's all over the board. If you look at districts around the state, I mean, it varies from 25,000 to 80,000. There's really no consistency in what people decide is the correct amount. 80,000 becomes where everything has to go out for a formal bid. In general, the superintendents that I've worked with have all brought basically all of those purchases before the board. Or at least intend to do the before board. But,
it does like end of the year when we have to spend by July 1, for example. And I believe we'll know well in advance with Casey and Pam's excellent accounting what we have to spend, but there has been like where it would be hard to purchase, right? Or if we have one of these vehicles, passenger vans come up at a great price or something where I would have to call a meeting and post it, notice it, and then that many days we might lose the purchase, right? Or not be able to get it done.
No, it's not being advertised.
That's my only thing. I don't think, that necessarily has to be $80,000, but, of course, I am very careful to run anything by you guys, but it is nice in case of a need.
I don't have any concern. I worry about, future superintendents and whatnot. You do a great job of communicating those kind of things. So, I don't know, I'll throw out 40,000 just for future reasons, so. But I can go 45.
I was gonna say I was in between there. We have 10, so, we're used to dealing with 10,000. 40's fine.
Was it 80 what we've done before? I feel like that's the number we've done. Okay, just making sure.
That's 10% of your, 1% of your budget.
1%, yeah.
That's just 1% of your budget. One strike is big strike.
All right, I make a motion to approve 7320 with the amendment down to 40,000.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve policy 7320 with change requisitions at $40,000. During a discussion.
Again, I have no concerns over how we're operating now. I appreciate, even bringing things before the board of that you don't have to. The app was a big discussion for $3,000. So, it says, thank you.
Okay. Discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Okay, so I guess second reading on the policies that we did last time. You mentioned the item.
Yeah, after thinking about this more, again, same comment goes, not worried now, but in the future, if we get a rogue chair and there's some other agenda out there, there needs to be checks and balances where I would say if two other trustees want to have an item on the agenda or.
That's already.
Is it already happened?
Yeah.
That's statute. Okay, so by doing this, we're going to override that policy. Okay. I got it.
Okay, so if everyone's in agreement, we'll approve all those policies at once on second reading.
That's my motion. Whoever's someone's, I'll make it.
I don't have any issue with the motion. One of the questions I had is how do we handle specifically for 8110 students in busing, and when students are dropped off at bus stops with there's no parent, family member, anyone there, they don't know where they're supposed to be, they're just left there. How do we handle those?
We do not do that.
Policy.
Real quick, I just needed a second for that motion. So,
That's fine.
second, okay, thank you.
Because I've had that happen at our stops where they,
And we
the
have,
student is, I have nobody here to pick me up. What am I supposed to do? And the bus is already gone.
and we have had that because I've had a parent call me with someone else's kid.
So just as far as our busing policy, I didn't know if I don't, again, have an issue with the policy as it is in second reading, but in practice or procedure, maybe not policy, that we actually.
I can put that on a transportation
Yeah, that would be a
agenda.
discussion to have with our bus contractor.
Yeah. They're supposed to confirm that.
Or even just bring them back to school or whatever.
Yeah, and that's when practice happens, was they be brought back to school. But I did.
But first it takes the bus driver acknowledging that the
Right.
people
But
are
this-
there or not
This
there.
last winter, I did have one who did get dropped. Someone else from the car would call.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the listed policies on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Public comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed.
We'll get this recording up in 5 days. Right?
That's the goal.
Well, by policy, it has to be.
Yep, by law. Well, actually, that law doesn't go into effect. If you want to get technical.
Technically, I wouldn't do it this way, but.
Okay, we're moving on. Principals report. Only thing I'm gonna add is sometimes it seems like we reiterate things that somebody else said before us. Let's be mindful for tonight. Christina.
First off, we had our third grade family lunch last month, and I just want to thank all those families. It was well attended. Even for a smaller class, we have quite a number of families there, so I appreciate everyone coming there. I've already told you we have 59 kindergartners. I do want to do a big thank you to our PTA. I don't know how many of you did get to view Kiss the Pig, but all three of us here did kiss a pig. He was not very clean, didn't smell a bit. But he was not happy. It was a great fundraiser.
Yourself, it was happy. I think kid.
It was a great fundraiser for our PTA. And they do want to do it in the future. We've had a lot of requests that we kiss a cow next. They wanted to have that happen in May, but we're like, no, that's later. Our PTA has also done a great job with our lost and found. I don't know how many of you noticed in our hallway right outside here. They did move. We have a rotation system now for lost and found, and families can access this hallway on the weekends, in the evenings when the library is open. So a lot better access. We're in the school. It's a little difficult even in school hours. be able to pick out everything over there. So big thank you for that. They also did an elementary t-shirt contest, so we'll be seeing those t-shirts come out soon. They just have a winner. And they have a future event that they're working on is Dudes and Donuts. So that'll be a future event that's coming up soon. As well as they've got lots of plans in the future. I don't want to give much away, but they've got some things planned for our Teachers Appreciation Week. So they've done a great job of really helping out. They are also assisting. We have a couple of classrooms, old classrooms upstairs we've turned into storage units, and then for the old building, they pretty much had everything thrown into them and never had time to attack them, and they are up there doing so, organizing everything, boxing up curriculum that we can get rid of, and inventorying. So it's been great to have them come in and help out. We really appreciate the PTA. We do have our Arbor Day poster with 5th grade coming up. The announcement for the winning poster will be May 2nd at 12 o'clock. They have not given me a location yet. So if you want, make sure that everyone does know the location, but that is at 12 o'clock on May 2nd. We've got a number of field trips coming up. Our elementary has been working really hard, really utilizing some funds for our Native American as well. So they're really making sure that we're getting that influence as well. And we do have one coming up on our 4th grade, has a wax museum next Tuesday right in here, April 16th from 12:30 to 2. I actually spent some time with a number of them this afternoon and talking to them of their choices. And we've got some, it's going to be really interesting to see how they represent their persons in their wax museum and why they chose them. It was really neat to talk to them about that. I did go to my Montana Association of Elementary and Middle School meeting. We do those about 3 times a year. It's just nice to be able to sit down with others as an elementary principal and discuss things like the open enrollment, really and what they're doing and why they're doing it. And yes, everyone is fighting bus drivers right now, so we're all in the same boat. 5th day update. We did add the 2nd bus route. We are running the backside of the lake as well as the silos and Winston. And our attendance stays pretty much the same. We're actually seeing an increase in a week. I think we're seeing about 50 kids on Monday nights alone. But some of that stems from, we've got guitar and pottery and piano and all kinds of stuff that's happening. So it just, it keeps growing. And I've got some ideas to bring in for next year. Now that my funding will be changing over, because a lot of the funding this year I had to put into some technology needs and things like that, and the esports. So this next year I'll be able to put it into some others. And believe it or not, about a month now, I've been hearing from people wanting to know about summer camps. So summer camps are going. I will have all of those out on May 1st. I've got some great new ideas bringing in this year, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Do you have a date for the spring concert yet?
Spring concert is May 9th, is that right?
All one night again? Or
Yes, we're gonna do K2 and 3-5 like we did.
May 9th?
May 9th, right? The Thursday, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, May 9th. The only difference I'm gonna do this time is we're not gonna have the stands rotate around the back, because we're too tight in there still. So we're gonna add more to the floor for seating, because those limited us on how far we could go back. And I know Jim will be really happy when we rotate this. That's an awful job.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Rock.
All right, our testing dates for the spring state testing have been set. We're gonna do it April 30th, May 1st, May 6th, and May 8th. And those will each be kind of one session each day. We could do them in 3. I think we're better off doing it in 4. I think we found students seem to perform better that way. The last test, the math portion gets, it's the ELA that we could do in 1, I believe, that we feel like we're better off doing it 2 from past experience. And extremely difficult to find a day, to do it. We moved them about 3 times. As you guys have heard over and over, it's just really tough to find open times in the spring. I would encourage you all to try to attend our Holocaust Remembrance Night in this room on May 20th, 6 o'clock, 6 to 8. We'll have it set up. And it's just artifacts that students put together based on their study and language arts of their Holocaust unit. And it's really powerful evening. I've talked about it before, but you get a chance to stop by, do the kids, I think it's a really worthwhile lesson for them. We spent our last PLC reviewing some of our testing data that I've gone over with you guys at curriculum committees and stuff, and it really helped us kind of get a game plan for where we're going, what we need to do, and what some of our needs are. Some discussions that are going to need to continue to kind of figure out exactly how we want to attack some of those things and what we want to continue. And we do have some local field trips coming up. I'd just like to say thanks to some of the groups that really helped us out. Our Montana history, Mr. Lawson, is organizes with a couple of our local historical groups to visit. You to do the Canton Church and Raidersburg. And it's really, I think it's really important that we tap into some of our local Broadwater County history where we live. It's a pretty amazing place. And we've got some really knowledgeable people in the community that are willing to share that. So assuming we have drivers, we're gonna do that.
I attended that camp one in the fall. And it was really impressive. And actually,
they do a nice job. That group.
Daughter's already asking me to show up. So
Anyone
too.
Yeah, you'll need to as they go out to Raidersburg. It's pretty interesting. Some of those guys are Raidersburg locals that do it. I went to school there. It's kind of interesting to hear some of the history out there. And then our concert will be May 6th. That's it.
Any questions?
All right, I will streamline as much as possible.
Nothing going on in high school.
Oh, no, we've been boring around there. No, so much. Okay, so, again, I mean, obviously, we're all here for the students, and we all know that a huge part of high school is all of their extracurricular activities as well. And I just really, it's just such an intricate part of their education as their academics are. So I always like to include just the shout outs to our programs. We had a lot of our CTE programs finish their seasons with their state competitions, and they just did great. They did so well. Hopefully some of you have been following on Facebook. We try, or, you know, the social medias, we try really hard to give those students their kudos and credits. We had several go to all of these events, but Caitlin Noyes took second in her event at the FCCLA State Conference. Carson Sandgray also took second in leadership. That both provides them both the opportunity, and they qualify for nationals as well. So that's exciting. Skills USA, Clint took a great group of kids for that. Tamsin Kokler won a gold medal in cabinet making. That gave her the opportunity to also compete at nationals should she choose to do so. Ross McDonald also got a gold medal for his woodworking project. It was a beautiful table that he Nolan Flynn got an honorable mention in the equipment technology event. And Julian Stewart placed 6th in welding. So just a great wide span. They did an awesome job, and congratulations to Mr. Watson. He puts a ton of time and work and effort in with those kids too. But all of these advisors just spend a lot of extra time with their students. BPA, we had only one student go, Berlin Core, and she placed 8th in the web design event. And these are all at the state level again, so they're competing against a lot of other kids. So that's really great. And then FFA, they just finished this past week. Some highlights from that: Michaela Kraft earned her state degree. This is a really big deal. Only about 2% of the kids that are in FFA actually get their state degree. So it's a huge effort on her part to do that. It's a good achievement. Caitlin Noyes won first in her Star Reporter event. Is there anything that girl can't do? And Spencer Broughton took 8. Let's stay home. That never happens. Yes, exactly. Spencer Broughton took 8 in individual livestock judging out of the whole state competition. So just those advisors, those kids, all the time and effort they put into these things. And these are all really quality things like any activity that's going to pay them back in the future with all the skills they're learning in leadership and all of these other things. So awesome. Like I said, a little more time on that than some of the others. So I'm going to skip the next one real quick. We'll talk about it here in a second. We are doing job shadowing starting next week. This has become just a very, almost an event in the high school since we started it a few years ago. The juniors always look forward to it. Mr. Snicken's done an awesome job. It takes a ton of behind the scenes work to make this happen for an entire class of juniors to go job shadow different businesses. We have several local businesses. Obviously, we thank anybody who jumps in with us to have our students do this. We have a student going to job shadow a NICU unit in Great Falls. We have students going to Bozeman for different things. Law enforcement, architecture, chiropractic, you name it. It just runs the gamut. And then a lot of local things here too as well. So we're excited to hear about their adventures as they go out to job shadow. It's become a really fun activity for the juniors. They look forward to it. We had our last PLC, we had a great training session with Liz Tuss, who's from Strive, who's done work with all of the buildings here this year. Our major focus in the high school, I mean, obviously, our biggest focus is, bringing students back in, engagement, keeping our instruction as great as it is and elevating it where it needs to be. The staff had a great time with her. And I did too. We learned a lot of quality ideas for engaging students, motivating students. How can we help some of both the lower level students help with the upper level students? So just some really neat strategies that she gave us to work on that. Very positive feedback from the high school staff on that time that they spent with her on their PLC. So I appreciate Liz coming to do that with us. It was very worthwhile. We all left with a lot of different things that we can do to elevate our game in the high school. We are desperately trying to get Superman here. We've had him here before. It was many years ago when he was just kind of up and coming. His name is Christian Parrish Takes a Gun, I believe. He is a native Montanan, grew up on our reservations here. He's an outstanding person. I highly suggest you Google him, watch some of his videos. He does a lot of rap and hip hop, but his messages are all about inclusion and, striving to be the best person that you can be and including others. And he's really great. So our schedules we're working on it. We have another little hitch in our get up, but hopefully we still might get in here in May. If not, we'll look towards next year, either fall or spring. A great use of our Indian Etrol funds, and he's just a neat guy. He's fantastic. I'm excited for us to get him here again. You guys can look at the activities. There's a lot. It's crazy. One of the things I really, there's been a lot of conversation tonight about obviously the importance of all of our buildings and programs, and obviously my job, and it will always be to advocate for the high school. I know a lot of difficult decisions need to be made. Mr. Rock and I are looking obviously at working together, and we know there are some things in our schedule that can be streamlined in that, but I just want to make sure the board has a lot of good information. I did update the spreadsheet on the current high school data as far as projections and what we're looking at, and added a lot of information, and I will share that with all of you and with the new members again this year. So you guys have some good data while you guys are weighing these heavy decisions you have to make. Probably the one of the, I mean, there's a lot, and I really want to go into detail, but it is 10:05. Okay, so, probably the biggest news and what I'm really excited about and happy about, we know we've struggled in high school with enrollment for a couple of different factors. A lot of the disengagement from COVID and the pandemic is a lot of it for us. The good news is that the projected number of high school students next year is up almost 40 students from this year at 219. So that's looking at the incoming 8th graders, that would be 9th graders, and then our current numbers in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade that are rotating up. So that's excellent news. We are going to be, since I've been here for 10 years, obviously this is the lowest our enrollment we've ever seen. Those really small classes are rotating out and we're bringing in a lot more students, which is great news. I'm very happy to report that. So we're excited looking at that. Obviously with that and some of the things that have been, you know, there's been statements made by different people and some things out there that just aren't really necessarily all that accurate. The high school, middle school schedules are a whole different animal than the elementary setting. I did list a lot of notes and considerations for high school, things that I really want you guys, you know, to look at and think about. You know, we are the final step for students in their education, and as important as early literacy, we know that's important. So is this phase of their life too, because we are sending them out and we want as prepared as they can be. It's actually our duty. That's what we're tasked with. We have worked so hard this year to, you know, work on early college, dual credit, all those extra things, and it's gone really well. We're very excited with the direction that's been. We talked about that a lot. We have seen really positive results with having smaller class sizes for our incoming 9th graders, especially in their core classes, English, math, world history, science. This, in my 10 years, the F list is way lower. Kids failing those classes, the numbers are way down. So we have way more kids passing those classes. And so we are seeing some positive results from that. I know that maybe isn't something that we're going to be able to maintain, but we currently cover 8 elementary/middle school class periods with high school staff. And our AD is also a teacher. I want everybody to keep that in mind. He cannot teach a full schedule because he is AD and running like crazy on the other side of those classes out as well. So, you know, I just want to advocate for the high school. I know it's hard because I understand that scheduling is difficult to wrap around for the high school and middle school, but a lot of things just don't align, and we have to keep opportunities open because we don't want our high school kids to go somewhere else. That's something we talked about extensively about it. Want to keep their butts in the seats, so to speak, here in person in our high school. So we have a great staff. There's been some comments made around that. Our staff is incredible in the high school. I invite anybody in our buildings or anybody that wants to come in and see what's happening with instruction in the high school. So they're doing a phenomenal job, and kids are getting everything they need. So I will share that spreadsheet with you. Please reach out to me. I know that was really quick and dirty, so please just reach out to me and I will help develop any of that information for questions that you have.
Thanks, Sherry, so much for that roll up. Just one thing that really interests me and something I asked last year about this time was, you know, tracking how many students started in junior, senior, and if we've lost any from this year, the second year, keep track of those trends and why. Next month, if I'll set or I'll email it to me, that'd be much appreciated.
And I have been, just since we've been starting to look and ask those questions. And, you know, the 2 major factors are just family situations, support at home, and disconnection from the pandemic, the whole online situation, which I feel like we're really working hard to help, you know, offset a lot of that. So, but yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So on track to have 36 graduates.
Yes. That's the plan. We are.
All right, so Just one quick thing I want to touch on. I included your report, the state report cards, and they're always a year behind because it takes that long for the state to get all of the assessment attendance scores and all that information and assemble them together for the report cards. And then we get a designation. This is separate from the accreditation. This is the Every Student Succeeds Act federal requirement for transparency to the public that requires that every state publish a report card on every school. And so I can talk to you at length on these. I've written a dissertation on them, and but I won't bore you with it. The main thing is that we're doing well. And we're making some progress. Like we talked about in our curriculum meeting, we're expecting to see some trends upward as we move out of COVID and we get some more time with our new reading program and all the awesome professional development our teachers have had the last 2 years. So we're expecting to see an uptick as all of that takes place. And then Cecilia, the elementary report card is marked as targeted. We have been identified for our Hispanic students, mainly because of their attendance, but we went up from 10.5, which is the algorithm score that we got for the Hispanic student group attendance last year, to 2.5 this year. Still digging into that with them. I had a meeting with the team that does the work on this to find out, what that means and what exactly our target is, because we want to get out of that label of targeted. But we also would like to improve our math scores for that group of students specifically. However, that doesn't allow us to receive some additional funding if we choose to apply for next year that can be used for supports in academic intervention. And we're working on doing an Attendance Matters campaign and some work like that Christina and I have talked about. Any questions?
Yeah, so school and district, why are those different numbers for us?
It compares how that individual school is doing compared to the district as a whole.
Schools, elementary, middle school.
So there's a report for each school, and then it compares it to how the district's doing as a whole. And so, like I said, this is the Every Student Succeeds Act report card that comes out. And just wanted to share those with you. We did go through a time with COVID where they were not published because of the state test scores and all that. And then there is plans for a new state assessment next year, so that'll be different, and it'll be kind of interesting because we won't have we'll have to change how they calculate the scores, and we won't have the longitudinal data in the state anymore for using the Smarter Balance assessment because we're going to a new statewide assessment next year. So all of that will be interesting in years to come. But just on a couple of other notes, as we've talked about budget, there is more and more information coming out daily about the school trust, and it is supposed to be implemented next spring, which should help bring down school costs and for districts and employees on healthcare. So we're really hoping that helps impact our school budgets. So I've been staying in the loop on that. And there is going to be a lot of work. Also, there's a commission getting together to look at the school funding formulas. So hopefully with inflation getting under control in the near future, and the new commission looking at our decade-old funding formula in Montana that is very complex, and the new school trust, hopefully we'll see some budget adjustments and relief for districts. And then as I emailed you and I've talked to a few of you about the Teach Act, we now qualify for because that was expanded. And so we can get some additional money for teachers' salaries. There's certain qualifications. It's more for entry level teachers, but it can help the district as a whole. And the whole goal of that Teach Act was to increase starting teacher pay in the state of Montana. So I would like us to take a look at that. And we've talked about it as a negotiation team because some of the language might have to be agreed upon in further negotiations. That's about it. I'll leave it at that for tonight. I sent a draft of the vacancies posting for the principals to review. While you were sharing, I was listening, but I already spent a lot of time with you this week and what you're working on. So we can get that posted right away. If you guys approve or have any questions, we can make edits, and I'm getting them posted on the state side as well.
Real quick, since Laura's here, I just want to ask you a question on mathematics. Do you get to see these questions too when these students take these?
No.
Okay, I'm just,
So I'm not sure, I looked at this report too, and I'm not sure, I think the data, when I looked at it, it doesn't match our ACT test data from last year. So it's different. We did quite well on the ACT, but I think they're pulling it from our MAPS testing. So just the benchmark testing that we do a few times. Is that not where
No.
they get it from?
They don't have access to that.
Okay, so
It
where
would
did
be
they
from
get,
the
where did they, it's not the ACT, it doesn't match at all.
From last year's ACT.
Yeah.
So we can contest it if there's a concern that the data isn't accurate.
Because when we were looking for data, we pulled that and I compared it to, because you gave this to us the other day and it's not the same, it's not even reported the same way. It's reported.
I would love
completely
to know
different.
what they're pulling too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can explain it to you, but yeah, it's a statewide test scores and it does get entered into a very strange algorithm of how it's calculated. So it's not going to be like a black and white comparison because
When I look at a composite score, say for example in math, I don't have the ACT stuff in front of me, but say it's our composite score was a 27. That doesn't correlate with what is shown on that report, which I think is what Chase's question. So
yeah, no, I was just
Yeah.
curious if there's a way to make sure our curriculum is matching up with what they're testing, their testing metrics. We want to make sure that we're nested in that, or maybe we don't want to be, because maybe your opinion is, our focus should be here. I was just curious if we saw that to have a comparison based upon our curriculum, because maybe some of our students are even being taught some of this. I don't know. That's all I was going.
like I said, I'm not sure where it comes from.
Well, and the ACT is nationwide, and, we are like for math, we're really close to the state standards is what we teach to. And our state standards, are very close to what, there's not national standards. So, but we're very close at the state for mathematics. They really try to pay attention to like the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, and really stay up on that. They just rewrote them, but that's what we teach to. But the ACT doesn't necessarily test to our state standards.
that's a big issue when we went to the ACT testing. The great thing about it is it gives kids an idea about if, they're prepared for college or not, and families and kids that might not even have been thinking about going, maybe scored, wow, I am ready for college and I could even get a scholarship or all those great things. But it is exactly what Laura said. It's a college entry exam. It's not based on our high school curriculum. So it is two different things. We used the statewide test, the Smarter Balance, for 11th graders, and when we switched to the ACT, that was one of the things that, like I said, it is a complex formula, but we can definitely get together with one of the data folks and make sure that we understand what they're polling and how the calculations came.
I'd be curious.
I think also that you have to look at the fact that colleges, that I think they had to look at something different during COVID because ACTs and stuff weren't being done. And a lot of the college applications waive the need for an ACT or an SAT score, and they're basing admissions on your GPA. And I think there's a reason they're doing that. I think that, the ACT score maybe isn't a depiction of if that person is really ready for college or not, because maybe it's not difficult enough. So.
Right, any other questions for?
All right, thank you, everyone. Meeting, thank you.
Thank you.
We're only